It is 5:59. Thank you for tuning in, Milpitas. What are you up to tonight? Okay, it's 6 o'clock now. Now we can't get the meeting started before 6, and so it is now 6 o'clock. Great timing by our IT department. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Hey, welcome everybody to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. Wherever you're tuning in from across the interwebs, I want to give an early thank you for the guests that will arrive here in our City Hall. City Council chamber as well, typically around 7 p.m. But we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And we'll go to the roll call. Our city clerk, Wendy Wood.
Councilmember Chua.
Pardon me, get the microphone.
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Councilmember Fan. Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you very much, Wendy. And we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for the announcements before we go to closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Just wanted to announce for the public and the council that the council will be considering one item in closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation regarding the receipt of a government tort claim as represented on the agenda. And if anybody would like to see a copy of that government tort claim, it is available for public inspection with the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we're going to head to closed session, folks. We'll be back out here at 7 p.m. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Okay, we're back in action, folks. Hey, welcome everybody to Milpitas City Hall. Happy to have you here. We just got out of closed session, and I want to welcome everybody tuning in at home on YouTube.com or Facebook Live. We are back here in the open session, and we're feeling the holiday spirit here in City Hall. And we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements out of closed session. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Just wanted to note for the public and the council that there was no reportable action out of closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And we'll move to the invocation. Tonight I have the honor to present it. I just want to say a short prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this amazing year in 2021 here in the city of Milpitas as we recover from the depths of the pandemic. We thank you for looking over all the Milpitas families as we emerge into the new year 2022, and we ask for your blessings. Amen. Moving on to presentations, and we have a couple here, and I'll come down. Okay, thanks for tuning in all across Milpitas. And if you're here in our chamber, I'm thankful that you're here and we're safely together. We have a couple of presentations tonight for a couple outstanding public servants. And these are a couple of folks tonight that actually will be retiring from decades of service to our great community here in Milpitas, California. Now, I believe these folks are with us virtually, and we'll get them zoomed in. First is a commendation to a retiring Assistant Finance Director, Jane Corpus. Let me read this. We, the city of Milpitas, recognize and congratulate you on your retirement after 26 years of exemplary service to our community here at City Hall. Jane joined the city as an accountant in the finance department and eventually worked her way up to acting senior accountant in 1996. By 1998, she was promoted to accounting services manager. 4 years later, Jane transitioned to finance manager and eventually to assistant finance director. Jane has been instrumental in leading the finance department as well as the city on many key fiscal policies. Her leadership and guidance have helped the city keep a balanced and well-rounded budget, especially during the awful COVID-19 pandemic. Your dedication, work ethic, and professionalism will be truly, 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 truly missed. Thank you for all your years of service. Jane Corpus, we have a commendation here we want to present to you. We'll get it to you delivered. And we have a key to the city as well. I know you're watching remotely. Did we want to? Oh, there's Jane. Hey, Jane, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Would you like to say a few words? We want to give you some shine.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I really appreciate the support that you have given me these past 26 plus years. Milpitas, I grew up in Milpitas. I went to school here since 4th grade. I graduated from Samuel Air High School. I was the last graduating class there. And, you know, I came back here to Milpitas to work for the past almost 27 years. And I couldn't have done it without the Milpitas employees and my family, especially my parents and my husband and my kids. Thank you.
Absolutely. We love you, Jane.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we know we're going to see you in our community. And we're just going to keep living life together. So you mean a lot to me.
Thank you, Mayor.
And you're welcome. And you see, we have another person here on the Zoom, and it is our retiring Assistant Fire Marshal, Garcia. I'll go ahead and read this commendation. We, the city of Milpitas, recognize and congratulate you on your retirement after 28 years of exemplary service. Jaime joined the city as a plan checker in the building department and eventually moved up to permit center manager. In July of 2005, Jaime transitioned to the fire department fire prevention division as fire protection engineer, and where presently he is the assistant fire marshal. Jaime has led his team on several key projects and positioned the city very well to deliver services to our Milpitas community. He helped develop and implement online electronic plan submittal for fire construction permits. He initiated structural enhancements to the fire prevention database system, collaborated with economic development and the planning department to develop fire regulations for outdoor dining during the awful COVID-19 pandemic. Successfully managed temporary final occupancies for significant projects such as the Lion Living development, the Summer Hill development, which are both located over there by the Great Mall, and the McCarthy Amazon Warehouse Distribution Center, one of the largest industrial new constructions in the history of Milpitas. Thank you for all your years of service, Assistant Fire Marshal Garcia. We also present to you a key to the city. Please, if you can join us and share some words for our community.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, and thank you for such a prestigious award over the years of 28 years. Thank you to the city management team, to all the departments and their staff, and of course to the fire department, Chief Gerard, and our command staff and Deputy Chief Zamora, and of course our fire prevention staff. I can say that I did not kind of grew up in Milpitas. I wish we had bought a house in Milpitas, but I kind of grew older in Milpitas and wiser. There was a great vision in Milpitas. I started when the Great Mall of the Bay Area was opening. And basically I'm closing with basically the transit area being completed. That is a long span, and the city is looking forward to the metro development project This is all done with the cooperation of all the different departments. And of course, I want to thank my wife, Laura, my son, Aaron, and our family for sticking with me over the years. 20 years seems like a long time, but time flies when you're having fun, as they say. And it's been a great career and pleasure of serving the Milpitas community. I just want to again thank the whole city staff for being such a cooperative effort in the vision of Milpitas. And I can see Milpitas is going to go basically further as we move along into the metro and the new phase of Milpitas living. Thank you again to everybody.
Thank you both for being here with us tonight. And I know you'll probably continue to be active in your passions. And I can't thank you enough for your years of service to Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to take a moment here to speak to all our city employees, from the city manager down on to the front lines. You are Milpitas family, and we are going to continue to ensure that our organization is one of excellence, integrity, and service before self. And I think these last two leaders and individuals absolutely exemplify what we want and what we are looking for and what we expect here in the city. So shout out to our city employees, his family. Okay, moving on here to the public forum. Folks, you know the drill. If you don't, let me be the one to help you. So public forum, it's the guests and the public are invited to address the city council or city manager on any item not on tonight's agenda. We ask that you limit your remarks tonight to a minute and 30 seconds or less. We do have some agenda items here tonight. And if you're here to speak on that agenda item, it would behoove you to sort of wait till that moment in time to speak. So the public forum is now open. If there's any members of tonight's chamber here at City Hall that would like to speak during this public forum, come on up, sir.
As a point of clarification, I would like to speak about the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Is that more appropriate that I wait?
Yes, sir.
later?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir. We have it on the agenda. What agenda item? Just for
I believe it's 14.
we will be having that public hearing tonight. You're in the right place. And when we get there, I'll ensure that your voice is heard.
Great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. You got it, sir. Anybody else in the chamber that would like to speak during this public forum, now would be the time. Okay, I'll go to the Zoom. If there's any attendees, thanks for joining us on Zoom, folks. I do see a healthy nearly 24 folks joining us via the Zoom platform. If you're here for the public forum, you could raise your virtual raised hand. I love to see those hands waving in the virtual air. Absolutely. Okay, I don't see any virtual raised hands. Okay, so no requests for comment during this public forum portion. We're going to keep going here, and yes, sir, we'll get to the parks. Moving on here to announcements and future agenda items, and we'll go to our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have no announcements this evening.
Thank you very much, Steve, and we'll go over here. I just want to wish everybody a happy holidays and Merry Christmas. We are on the 14th now, and we're getting pretty close here to finishing up the year. And it's just been just an amazing year, I think, despite all the trials and tribulations of our city and our society, and really greater our world that we live in. But I'm just super thankful that we've been able to work through this calendar year very efficiently. And I want to give city staff again the acknowledgement and the thanks for their incredible work. I have done my best to ensure our meetings end at a decent time, and we've done that this year. So We did that together, and I'm super proud of the really effective work, which is most important. So that's my announcement. We'll go to the council for any request at this point of the agenda. And we'll go here. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So everyone, this is our last meeting for the year, and I want to wish everyone Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I also want to thank staff for all the hard work that they've been doing at Holiday Magic. I mean, if you go there and you see all the families, they're having so much fun. The children, it's a beautiful thing. It really exemplifies what our city stands for, and it's to make sure that we are taking care of our residents and making them feel, have a good time. I also wanted to mention that I was tagging along with our fire department, passing out gifts to needy families, and it was a wonderful, thank you, fire department, for doing that for our citizens in need in this community. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor. Everyone, Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And yes, Holiday Magic on Main Street is happening, still going on. And we hope to see you out there really every day. But Thursday is karaoke night. Come on by. All right, we'll go with the rest of the council here. I did see a request, no longer. Okay. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Also, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays and a safe one to everyone. As everybody knows, this is my first year, and today is actually my 365 days of being on this dais, on being a council member, and I want to thank everybody, including all my colleagues for this year, city staff, and the residents, and everybody else for the support. It's really an amazing year for me. So thank you all very much. And for the Holiday Magic, I have a video because this is the last meeting of the year. And I just want to showcase our staff who have worked so hard, and rain or shine, night or day, you guys really did a great job. So here it goes. It's 1 minute of video. Thank you. It's normal. That's it.
Yay.
Thank you all
What
so
a
much.
festive video. Music does it, everything up. Music is great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. You always brighten up the announcements. I appreciate it. Okay, great. All right. Any further announcements from the council? Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I definitely want to thank staff. You make me so proud to be part of the public service in so many different hats. You definitely go above and beyond to make it happen. And just know that I was out there on Main Street the other day, and just your hustle and bustle from picking up trash, making sure that those trees are lit up. Just know that I truly appreciate what you are doing for our Milpitas family. And I do hope that all of you have a restful holiday season with your family, that you take lots of pictures and that you enjoy the fruits of your hard work, because they are definitely something. You are our city. And so thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys have placed, especially during this pandemic. I want to thank Councilmember Evelyn Chua for being a new member. Hope that your first year was a memorable one. I definitely want to thank Councilmember Fan for your friendship. Thank you for being a great neighbor and for your humor. I think I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for your ability to allow me to see Latinas are important, and we need women parity in politics and in government. Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me to find grace and for growing into the person that I have become this year. I've definitely have had my challenges, but I think I have had one of the best years on this council, and it's thanks to you. Thank you so much. Steve, what could I say? You are the image and the example of what I hope to become one day in terms of leadership. I think that your ability to deal with all 5 of us is something admirable. Your patience and your ability to give that information, but most importantly, to lead the city is something that I take with me. And I thank you so much for your leadership, and I hope you have a restful holidays. Wendy, I love your fashion statements, and I love that people sometimes think I'm you. I definitely thank you for the hard work that you have placed, and I am very thankful that you're part of this team. For those of you watching at home, our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, thank you for your leadership and for really being the ethical backbone of City Hall, representing Milpitians as best as you can all the time with integrity and professionalism, something that I clearly admire. And I wish I had the time to go by and share every single one that is in this room, and along with our chief, all of you here. And I will do that. That is my goal, is to get to everybody by the next 2 weeks. So I will find you if you're in your cubicle or even if it's online. But I hope that you know that you mean so much, not only to myself, but all 5 of us. And thank you so much for the time. Milpitas, have happy holidays, Hanukkah, Feliz Navidad, and we hope to see you in 2022. Thank you. Oh, one more. Save the date, January 15th. Latinas Lean In is going to have their first virtual conference, and we are going to be bringing it to Milpitas with the help of some of our friends in Washington, D.C., making sure that we start a platform and a strong foundation for women, not only here in the city of Milpitas. It's not just about Latinas. I do believe that where Latinas lead, our community goes, and that includes all ethnic backgrounds. We need to be stronger than ever. Sisterhood's important, and please save that date of January 15th. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any further requests from the council for announcements or future agenda items? Going once, going twice, and we're going to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just wanted to remind everybody, tomorrow at 4 o'clock is the ADU workshop, online workshop. Please register. It's on our city's website. It's going to be exciting, I think. And I registered yesterday, so thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Always. Thank you. You're welcome very much, Councilmember Chua. Moving on here to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
Myself is none. Carry on, Chris.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and the city council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record
Please
reflect
also.
none of the question.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you,
You
Mayor.
can carry on as well here. Thank you.
Would you like me to read the city council code of
Yes,
conduct?
please. I actually like your voice better than mine.
I'm happy to do it, Mayor. So at
Thank you.
this point, be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the city council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we'll move on here to approval of agenda. We're just going to approve the agenda here before we move on to the consent calendar. If you have any consent concerns, let's wait till we get to the consent calendar. But at this moment, it's going to be the approval of agenda. And before we do that, item C5, yeah, thank you, our city manager, reminding me. I appreciate the support, Steve. It really helps. And so C5 staff request to move the item to a future agenda. That's on consent C5, but we're going to go ahead and put that into the approval of the agenda, which is to move C5 to a future agenda item. And in terms of approving the agenda, that's a note. We'll go next to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you. No, I was just going to move to approve the agenda with and deferring C5 for a future agenda item.
We got a motion to approve the agenda by Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. I'll go ahead and second that motion and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan. Aye. Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself and I, the agenda is approved. Let's move on to the consent calendar. And I would like to put item number 16 onto the consent, please. And that's all my requests for the consent calendar. We'll go to my colleagues for any requests for the consent calendar. Seeing and hearing no requests for the consent calendar, I will move to approve the consent calendar with item number 16 being on the consent calendar, and we'll pause for our deputy city manager, folks. Walter Rossman.
Sorry to interrupt the mayor. Item 16 needs to be heard by the council as the decision cannot be put on consent.
Oh,
Okay, I'll first rules.
thank you very much. And so 16 will not be on the consent calendar. Thank you very much, our deputy city manager, folks, Walter Rossman. Okay, 16 will be heard. Thank you very much, Walter. Okay, great. And so for the consent calendar, let's go to the vice mayor.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
We got a motion to approve the consent calendar with really no changes. I will second that motion from the vice mayor, and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan. Aye. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
And myself as an aye, the consent calendar has been approved. Once again, thank you, Walter. Very timely. All right, we're moving on here, folks, to the public hearings. Item number 14. Let's adopt the resolution, adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update, and adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan negative declaration initial study. And we got a few people listed here on the agenda. I want to welcome our guest. I saw we have some speaker cards for item number 14, and we're going to make great value out of your time tonight. And so let's go ahead and welcome our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. Can we pull up the presentation, please? Thank you. So as mentioned by the mayor, tonight is an item where we're looking for the City Council to approve the final Parks and Recreation Master Plan, including the environmental review that was done for the project. So we'll take a look at the background, the master plan strategies that were included, funding strategies, the ARPA funding that was approved at a previous meeting, as well as the environmental review analysis and a final recommendation. Next slide, please. So the city's original Parks and Recreation Master Plan was adopted in 2009. The master plan is a conceptual document to guide city staff for the improvement of parks. So again, it's conceptual and it's a guide. And as projects recommended in the plan move forward for funding, there's additional community outreach that's done with respect to development of the actual plans and specifications for those park improvements. So Yates and Associates and their consultants Matrix and DJ Powers were selected to provide an update to the 2009 master plan. The plan included an assessment of all park conditions, recreation program fees, cost recovery options, and of course the CEQA environmental review analysis. On March 16th, 2021, the City Council approved the recommended recreation fee and cost recovery policy. Next slide, please. And on May 3rd, 2021, the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resource Commission reviewed the draft update to the master plan and recommended further presentation to the City Council. Last June, the draft master plan update detailing park conditions and recommended improvements was presented to the City Council. And the council requested that staff return with a prioritized list of recommended park improvements for consideration of American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funding. Next slide, please. So for community outreach, staff made a significant effort to include the community in the creation of the updated master plan. Staff attended 11 city commission meetings to present the park project information, master plan progress, and to seek feedback from commissioners and the public. We completed 8 community outreach events that were held to determine the type of park improvements and infrastructure desired by the community. We hosted an information table and spoke with attendees at the 2019 tree lighting ceremony and again on the February 2020 Lunar New Year event. More than 1,000 responses were obtained from attendees at these 2 events. In March 2020, following the COVID stay-at-home order, city staff initiated community outreach and participation opportunities using online survey questionnaires and interactive mapping tools to gather park-specific community input. 750 survey invitation postcards were sent to random Milpitas residents to maximize survey participation. More than 400 responses were received from these online events. Focus group meetings were conducted with new residents and communities with their HOAs, at organized sports with organized sports representatives, with teen groups, and a discussion focused on social services, including senior services, and 2 virtual town hall meetings were held on October 10th and 14th to allow the community to share its ideas for its parks and recreation programs. The focus group for organized sports included representatives from cricket, soccer, football, baseball, and pickleball. These outreach events were publicized on the city's website and social media, recreation community service customer emails, media press releases, and in the senior newsletter. All outreach was translated into Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish. Next slide, please. So at the last meeting when we presented the master plan, we looked at park conditions. We have a total of 36 parks in the city. 24 of those parks are in good to fair condition. 12 were noted as in poor to critical condition. The cost for short-term improvements for all 36 city parks is estimated $8 million. And the total cost to repair and renovate all projects over the 20-year period, in other words, full-blown renovation, is estimated at $85 million. The estimate just to perform short-term repairs on the 12 parks in poor and critical condition is $2.8 million. And that is included in the ARPA funding that was previously awarded. And we'll get to that slide later. Next slide, please. So proposed improvement costs. Again, we have a total of 36 parks. Short-term improvement at all parks is estimated $8 million, and that will be completed over a 5-year period. This would include replace of in-kind furnishings, amenities that are in poor condition, repair existing pathways and sidewalks with tripping hazards, for instance, landscape maintenance and irrigation maintenance, refurbish restrooms as needed, and to repair vandalized structures and equipment. Long-term repairs at all 36 parks, which includes the short-term items, is estimated at $85 million, and this would be completed over a 20-year period. Again, this is a complete redesign of the entire park, would install new ADA accessible pathways, furnishings, et cetera, and provide any new community requested infrastructure. Next slide, please. So for an example, we're looking at Senate Park here. Short-term improvements would be estimated at $400,000, and it would basically replace site furnishings found in poor condition, replace a swing set, refurbish the restroom, and landscape and irrigation maintenance. The long-term improvements would, in addition to the $400,000 short-term, would include installation of a community garden, install new playground equipment, play surface, pathways, furnishings, install a new pickleball court and fitness station, and would include, well, as I mentioned, includes the short-term improvements. Next slide, please. So the implementation strategies that were recommended in the plan are for staff to routinely rebuild and replace worn park infrastructure as found, provide programming and community events to encourage more usage and visitation of parks and public spaces, would improve connections between city parks and neighborhoods with an integrated network of streets, sidewalks, and trails, coordinate with other public agencies to provide new shared park and recreation opportunities, such as extending a pedestrian trail system, and expand the park system with privately owned and publicly accessible recreation areas. Next slide, please. To fund this, there are several strategies that we're recommending. So review the city's private development project impact fee structure. This would be the fee for new office projects, rental facilities, individual and institutional uses. View the park in lieu fee structure to ensure the fee is based on current appraised land values. Explore broadening of the city's private development fee structure to add park amenities and enhanced park capacity. And explore the use of special taxes, parcel taxes, bond measures, and assessment districts, for example, to provide sufficient funding for park maintenance improvement in the future. So depending on council feedback on this tonight, staff may need to contract with consultants to assist and to seek an appropriation of funds for this analysis that we bring back to you at a later date with ideas. Next slide, please. So ARPA funding for parks, as I mentioned, was approved last August 9th. An allocation of $3.5 million of ARPA funding and additional $0.9 million from general fund for park improvements was approved by council. $2.1 million will be used for immediate health and safety repairs at 20 parks. $2.3 million would be to complete short-term improvements at 4 critical condition parks, which are Sandalwood, Sinnet, Starlight, and Strickroth, and 8 poor conditional parks, which are Murphy, Sunny Hills, Albert Augustine Jr., Robert E. Brownie, Foothill, Ben Rogers, Oliver Jones Memorial, Hidden Lakes, and Park Metro West parks. The Engineering and Public Works Department are currently working on a plan and a phase for use of this funding. Next slide, please. However, due to engineering staff vacancies, current workload, and projects already underway, staff anticipates actually starting the design of the ARPA project phase this next spring, 2020. The design phase will require 12 to 16 months to complete. The duration of construction would be an additional 12 months. Next slide, please. The master plan was required to go through a CEQA review process. DJ Powers is the consultant that prepared an initial study and / negative declaration for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The ISND concluded the master plan update will not have a significant effect on the environment. Thus, it does not require the preparation of an actual environmental impact report. The notice of intent, NOI, to adopt the negative declaration for the master plan update was publicized in accordance with city and state noticing requirements. And as required by CEQA, the initial study document was advertised for 20 days from September 24th to October 13th, 2021, and no public comments on the initial study document were received. Next slide, please. So this concludes the presentation. The recommendation, there are several before you. One is to open the public hearing for comments, move to close the hearing, adopt a resolution to adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update and to adopt the negative declaration and initial study for the Parks and Rec Master Plan, authorize the engineering director, city engineer to file a notice of determination in accordance with CEQA guidelines, and to provide feedback to staff regarding recommended funding strategies. This concludes my presentation. Myself, as well as the architect, Linda Gates from Gates Architectures here to answer any questions, along with members from DJ Powers if there's questions on CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson. Thank you once again. A great job by our whole team. I see you, Linda. How you doing? Who else we got here? I'm looking all around. This Parks and Recreation Master Plan is gold. It is gold in my hands, right in front of me. And I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. Hearing and no objections. If I hear no objections to opening up the public hearing, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Hearing no objections, we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Welcome our guests here in the chamber. If you're sitting at home, perhaps, and joining us virtually, we do have guests here in City Hall. So I want to welcome our folks up for public comment. I got your card here. I'll go ahead and respectfully read your name. We'll just, in the order that I've received it. Item number 14, let's go to Henry G. And if you don't have a card, you'll be able to come up and speak as well. Mr. G, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members. I just want to say a few words on why pickleball. I mean, I have a tennis background, and when I was younger, I played it extensively. And as I got older, I found out that it was really hard on my body, hard on my arm, hard on my knees. So I discovered pickleball about 4 years ago, 4 years ago. And it's a great, healthy option for seniors. But actually, it was invented in 1965 by some parents, and they wanted to find a sport that their kids could have fun with. So they developed pickleball. But over the years, it's evolved, and people of all ages can play this sport. It's a great sport. So I just wanted to say that I think an easy solution for us, because right now we don't have enough courts to play with. We have quite a few people and not enough courts. So we've talked about it among ourselves, and one of the easy solutions, as far as I'm concerned, is if you could reline the tennis courts with pickleball courts, with pickleball lines and tennis, then we have a better option, more options for us to play. So basically, that's all I have to say. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Henry, and duly noted. Since 1965, pickleball. Next up, we have Stephen Ballsbaugh. Good to see you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Steve Ballsbaugh. And in February, I will have been a resident of Milpitas for 50 years. So I would like to talk about the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and specifically as it relates to pickleball. I'm talking about immediate needs rather than longer term ones. So page 49 talks about summarizing the outdoor sports courts in Milpitas. This states tennis 25, handball courts 2, pickleball courts 6. Now, there are no outdoor pickleball courts in Milpitas. So I'm concerned that this document, the plan you came up with, states there are 6 separate pickleball courts, and I've gone to every one of the courts and I can't find them. It also states that Milpitas is above average in terms of tennis/pickleball representation. So I need to tell you that Steph Curry and I combined are above average professional basketball players. But that doesn't talk about me. So that's my point. It also has a chart that shows comparisons to other cities, Dublin being one of those. Here's a better example of comparisons. San Jose has over 50 pickleball courts. Palo Alto, 15. Concord, 14. Livermore, 12. Sunnyvale, Portola Valley, Foster City, Los Gatos, Hayward, 6 to 8. There's others besides those. Milpitas, 0. If you go to the 25 tennis courts, you can go to any one of those, and almost all of them are light, if not all of them. You can just take a racket and a ball and play tennis. There's not a single court in Milpitas where you can go and play pickleball just by bringing a ball and a racket.
Thanks,
So there's a lot of barriers to just entry, and yet it's a great game.
Thank you,
The most-
Steve. Thank you very much. Your time has reached its end for the comment. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you. And hope that you'll be with us as we have the discussion here on the council. We may have one that may pique your interest.
Well, I would love to have the opportunity. We've been trying to get people to interact with us. I appreciate Councilmember Chu has been great. She came to us and she interacted with our community, and that invitation is still out there for everybody else. Everybody else was invited. So any opportunities I have to talk to you,
Absolutely.
I have a lot more to share.
We
with
may
you.
have some questions for you. And so you're in the right place and we are together. Please, we'll go to the next speaker, but we may have some questions for you and that can open up some further discussion.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Very glad you're here tonight. I think I owe you an email. Okay, next up we have Alan Thomas. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Alan Thomas and I live on Stardust Way here in Milpitas. I'm a former member of the Milpitas Veterans Commission and the lead volunteer of the Milpitas Police Volunteers. I'm president of the Starlight Pines Homeowners Association. I consider myself an informed and active citizen and a Milpitas citizen for 24 years. I'm also a senior citizen and I play pickleball. I'm here today because I believe the Parks and Recreation 20-year master plan does not meet the needs of the senior community or the pickleball community. The senior community is growing in Milpitas. On page 20, it says we're already 12% and we're growing as part of the population. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the US, and Milpitas seniors are playing pickleball. The master plan as it is written is like an infrastructure maintenance plan. It's great, but it doesn't look into the future. It looks into the past. It looks for ways to replace sidewalks, to put in new grass and to trim trees. The master plan identifies an immediate need for 6 outdoor permanent pickleball courts on page 54. But then the master plan does not adequately provide for this identified need. The Milpitas Senior Center is a fantastic facility for indoor senior activities. But the proposed master plan does not provide for any outdoor senior facilities directed towards seniors. I request the postponement of the approval of this master plan until it can meet the needs of our senior community and our pickleball community. Taking a few more weeks to review the plan to making sure that it's not a 20-year mistake is well worth the effort. If you build it, they will come and they will play. In fact, they're playing now on inadequate facilities. But if you don't plan for it, you can't build it. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. And the public hearing is, yes, I see the, so usually people bring tomatoes to throw at me. I seen the seniors come in with the pickleballs. I got to do a little dodgeball over here. I better do this. I better get the job done. No, in all seriousness, that's why we gathered tonight. And this is the beauty of our Milpitas government, and get to make decisions together. So we're going to always do what's right. Okay, so that's it with public comment here in the chamber. Let's go to the folks that are joining us on their computers, on the Zoom. Folks, if you're here, oh, come on up. My apologies. We had a person here. I didn't look at my peripheral. Welcome. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayors, Council members, staff. My name is George Chen. I live on the 891 Calavera Ridge Drive, which is right next to Calavera Ridge Park, proposed site. Well, actually, it's the site has been closed for a while. I lived there since 1987, since the park was inception. And I have witnessed a lot of many problems, issues. Now I see the plan. I would like to express my concern for the council and the staff to consider. I have submitted a written comment to the city clerk this afternoon.
We received it. Thank you.
Yeah, good. So there's a graphical highlight and then the listed on my concern, which is briefly described below. Since this site is very remote, and then the area is pretty dark at night, so it has been a lot of. It's an ideal location for many unlawful activities. In the past, or as a matter of fact, as of now, drinking, loud music at night. Embarrassed to say, it had been a daytime and nighttime sex.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
All right. It also had been a fire right across the lot. So it has posed a lot of security concern and fire threats to the neighborhood. So the park has been closed in response to some of the problem in the early days. In year 2012, the city has collaborated with a homeowner association to put a restriction on parking.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. The time allotted has passed. How is Dominic doing? He's doing good.
Oh, you see your classmate.
Yeah, you remember we were on the track team. Remember?
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So anyway,
I've been in your house.
In summary, so I would like the staff to take a second look at it.
We're gonna have a discussion about that
Right.
tonight.
So
we're gonna open that
see-
up, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions. But your
Right.
public comment period has passed. But
Okay,
please,
good.
we're gonna continue the discussion here.
Okay,
Okay, great.
thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're welcome. I used to work on the Acura Integra in the driveway. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Please
Thank
have
you.
a seat. Yeah. Yes. Good old memories here in town. Okay, great. Okay. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I get everybody's public comment. I'm looking around the room. I better do my review here. I don't see anybody else that hasn't had the opportunity. That being said, we'll go to the virtual chamber in the sky. And if there's any folks joining us on the Zoom, please raise your virtual hand for this item number 14. We want to take your public comment, 90 seconds per person. Anybody on the Zoom? I'm looking for a virtual raised hand. Going once, going twice, seeing no virtual raised hands. That's it for public comment. I'll go ahead and keep the public hearing open. Why not? Okay, so we received the presentation from staff. We have the Recreation Master Plan in our hands. We received public comment, and now we will go to the council. I will kick it off here. I just want to say what a renaissance it has been for our parks during my time as the mayor, which is really close to the end here, about 12 months left. But we were able to work together as a council and as a city and community to sort of find the balance with our parks growth. The skate park was a huge pride and joy, and it's utilized very much and even brings in families and youth from other communities. I think there's a YouTube video with millions of views of the Milpitas skate park, and that's a pretty neat thing to brag about. Furthermore, looking at the sports center, I want to thank Steve Erickson and all the staff and council at the time for listening to myself, and with the support of the former vice mayor, Bob Nunez, we were able to get a new snack shack to code and the extra set of restrooms for all our families out there. We'll never forget that, and we'll be always grateful. So tonight, it continues. I do want to touch on the softball fields project at Cardoza. I know the vice mayor, Carmen Montano, has been advocating for that, coming from a softball family, and we're really looking to get that really done, like all the rest of the projects, as we go forward here in the very short term. Our community stands behind us. Now, I do want to talk about Calaveras Ridge Park, and then go to pickleball. I think for Calaveras Ridge Park, well, first I want to say this master plan is, I'm going to be voting to approve it tonight. Now, that doesn't mean we can't work on it. We have other plans in the city, folks, like the general plan for the planning department. We have specific plans, and I'll use the general plan for example. Even though we approved the general plan, we can still really use it as a somewhat of a fluid document. And so it's not the end. What we vote on tonight is not going to be the final answer. We can make comments, perhaps some amendments, to ensure that our community is heard and their voices are heard. I do want to go to the Calaveras Ridge plan. Now, we do know in Milpitas, we love our hills, and we don't love just looking at them. We love going up the hills. I know when I was young, we used to drive up to Marsh Road, and we used to be teenagers and have fun. And I know for a number of years, our city streets that are on the hillside, there's activity. There is activity up there. Folks drive up there to the cul-de-sac and park, play some music. It wasn't me. They'll go up there, park, play some music, and sometimes there's some drinking out there, and you'll see glass shards from bottles, and so it is a concern. And residents for decades have been raising their concerns to our city to ensure that not only are laws being followed, but also the public safety of families up there. And so this is a really neat park for our city. I do think it should be a park, but we have to ensure that it's one that is balanced considering our city's history, and that's well documented. I would like for this to be a park. I think it would be incredible for our families and specifically our children to have a park. I'd like for this to be Calaveras Ridge to be more geared toward a children's park rather than a barbecue park where people are going to get their boom box out, and there's going to be a barbecue pit with fire, which is another concern. We don't want to bring any type of fire risk to the hills, and we don't want to see smoke coming from the hills. I don't know if that's a good look either. So I'm not in support of the barbecue use up there. I am in support of children's activities. I would love to see this park as one with harmony, children's laughter. I was thinking about advocating for a dog park up there, but it might be a little too loud. And I'll put children first here, but I do want to talk about Calaveras Ridge Park. I would like to take a further look at the design, maybe make an amendment in this master plan tonight to not support what's recommended and to take a look at some cost-effective uses for children. I think every child in Milpitas should go up to that park, and it would be family-friendly and family-oriented, and they can have memories looking over our city and our valley and into the sky. So I do want to advocate for that to be a children-oriented park, no barbecue. I know parking is a concern up there too. You're going to have a large number of folks going up there. It's just right there, a really quick drive up. And, maybe we need to take a different look. I know once there's a party in town, word gets out. So those are my comments for the Calaveras Ridge Park. I really like most of the park design. I mean, just take out the barbecue pit, but I do think it should be a really a family-oriented park too. I will be very honest. We do have tobacco use at our parks, or the perimeter of our parks. Maybe not on the park, but those are the concerns I have up there in the hills too. Any type of flame. So I think my concerns are warranted. But and so yeah, tonight that is my recommendation. It just hit me that you're Dominic's dad, so I tell him I said hi. Okay, so now I want to go to the pickleball, and I want to give kudos to our council member Evelyn Chua for all her time meeting with our pickleball community, and Councilmember Chua even took me off my path to look at some sites for pickleball. I will say, because I will be very straightforward, I am not in favor of taking away any tennis courts to be pickleball courts. We have a great demand for our tennis courts in the tennis community, and I know there's a discussion about the time of the use of pickleball court, tennis courts, the sort of demand high usage times of the day, but I believe we should have our own designated new pickleball courts. And I think through Councilmember Chua or even an ad hoc task force, pickleball task force, I'd love to organize our pickleball community, and we can meet and formally meet through the city so that we can create a plan and bring it forward to the city council in the future. Perhaps I will go to the Councilmember Chua, perhaps a pickleball task force, a very efficient one, maybe for 2 months maximum. We can do that, capture all the recommendations and suggestions, and involve the community. But fortunately, pickleball courts aren't too large, and we can work together to find space. I know when I was at Thomas Russell Middle School with Mr. Chen's son, we did pickleball in the back. Perhaps we can partner with the school district. They'll be more than happy to explore some options there on their property, city property. Absolutely. I feel like we should have a pickleball court behind the senior center, right there on the field, Cesar Chavez Plaza, but respectfully located, since the seniors are there. So we don't have all the answers for pickleball tonight. I think Councilmember Chua might have it, but I don't have all the answers to pickleball tonight, but I'm certainly in support of it. And I just thank you for your faith. I think we're going to approve this master plan tonight, but knowing that we're going to have a continuation for the pickleball discussion. So, and do you want to turn the page here in the master plan? I want to go to the softball fields, to all the folks in the softball community, all our young ladies and future leaders. We have been committed, I think, as a whole community to ensuring that we're going to get you some new softball fields because the former Roger Yee fields were turned into a track and field, which is great. But we're gonna ensure that we do have Roger Yee fields here in Milpitas. And I just got a message from Roger's adult children just yesterday, so I'll be happy to send them the renderings in our master plan. And I pray that our economy continues to recover and thrive so that we can fund these projects like we have in the past. Those are my notes. I love what I'm seeing with the master plan. Okay. I see you, Linda and Eric, Steve Erickson. Okay, great. Let's go to my colleagues. Next up, Councilmember Chua. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to point out in terms of the pickleball players, on consent item number 4 on the agenda tonight, if you look at these are the agenda items that each council members presented during announcement period. And if you look at number 3, it's actually the pickleball pilot project is on it. Out of 77 items, it's number 3 on the agenda item request. So what this means is to look into for staff to look into creating a pilot project to accommodate pickleball Peter Gill. And this was I introduced this sometime in November, and it's scheduled to be looked at for prioritization the first month of next month actually. So this is a feasibility study with the goal of making maybe courts multi-purpose or solely pickleball courts. So there is a little bit of work has been done, especially from, I would like to call on our deputy city manager to give you a background. So we have been working on this, looking and researching, well, just to let you know. Thank you, Mayor. May I call on Deputy City Manager Walter, please?
The floor is yours, Councilmember Chua. And we have, folks, our Deputy City Manager here filling in for our City Manager, who is with us virtually. He just not too far away, but he's doing fine, folks. But we do have Walter Rossman. Welcome, Walter.
Thank you, Mayor.
If you would repeat your question, council member.
I just want to give, because Deputy City Manager has done a lot of work and research on this already. And he kept me updated on what's happening. And he even went to Peter Gill Park at one afternoon, just to make sure I was telling him the truth, I think.
Yes, you did. I did visit the Gill Park and I watched videos about pickleball. I talked to staff, so I have a good understanding. I've not read the rules yet, but once I think it's a great sport.
Okay. I just want to give that update. And like the mayor said, it doesn't mean if we approve the Parks Master Plan tonight, it doesn't mean it cannot be changed. It depends on how the pilot project goes. If then we will make some accommodations, I think. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua, and thank you very much, our Deputy City Manager, Walter. We're so lucky to have you. Yes. Hey, really quick, I'll go Director of Engineering here, Mr. Steve Erickson. Let's talk about pickleball here, just maybe not too far in depth, but we do have our pickleball community here. I want to make sure we're getting information and we're doing some exploring. Pickleball courts are relatively smaller in size. We do have parks here. I know McCandless Park, that park will be a new park. We're designing things there, and we have existing parks, of course, but certainly we really do have the ability with the direction of this council to place pickleball courts throughout our park property. Would you find any type of engineering concerns with placing maybe 2 parks here and 2 parks there, generally speaking?
Thank you, Mayor. So as I mentioned, yes, the master plan is a concept plan. So, I mean, it is some of the guidelines and recommendations in the plan are subject to change as we actually move forward with the design of an actual park project. We can add different amenities such as a pickleball court. I mean, currently we have pickleball at Gill, Bob Brown, and I think Hall Park, and Pinewood. So a total of 4 parks. Not ideal. I think it's bring your own net or something. But so we do have some pickleball amenities, just not the best. The master plan does recommend, as it's currently stated, restriping of tennis courts at Hall. However, I know you mentioned that's not favorable, but also it looks at replacement of the handball courts at Gill Park and placing 2 pickleball courts there, as well as 3 courts at Senate. So that's what's in the plan now. And as we kind of move forward and look at renovating other parks in the city, you know, we can reach out to the community and see what the desire is for sports courts.
Thank you very much. Our Director of Engineering, folks, Steve Erickson. I'll go to Councilmember Chua here. How would you like to proceed? What is your recommendation for organizing after tonight as we move forward to really capture the pickleball court community's suggestions and needs? Let me get your microphone here. How would you?
I would suggest that we move forward with the pilot project just to see the usage and the demand based on the feedback. I mentioned to Walter that 6 months pilot project, it's perfect timing for the next CIP, July 1st to 2022. So I think we need to look into the pilot first and then go from there. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Walter, did you want to?
Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Chua doing the pilot first, being obviously the court at Gill, which we talked about, expanding the lines, the court surface itself, and if we get direction from you tonight to do this type of work, we actually can do it. We can get to it fast.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. And if we need to, we'll come back around to the pickleball topic. But we do have a request next from Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming out and advocating on this topic that you care deeply about. I always think that it's beautiful whenever that happens. No matter where the council goes on an issue, I think it's so important when we hear residents raise their concerns. I do owe you a visit to the courts. I will take up your offer on that. I think that what staff mentioned is accurate, that we can continue to work this out. And I would encourage you to keep the conversation going with our staff. This is a very initial conversation. When you take a look at the master plan, the parks master plan, what it really is just a guiding document. And the other opportunity beyond looking at just the program itself exists in our CIP process. That's our capital improvement program. And that will be coming back in the future. And I would encourage you to be active in those conversations as well. Those opportunities are where you can find more specific information including funding sources and whatnot. So I think that would be a very appropriate time to revisit the conversation. In the meantime, though, I have complete confidence that staff should be able to work out something with your group that would be amenable to your requests. So please, you have my information. You have all of our information. Continue to reach out to us. And I look forward to continuing to see you here at future council meetings.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Very thoughtful. And I do want to go back to Councilmember Chua here just to say I support your recommendation, but we also need to add that we will bring back a defunding request at the mid-year budget, which is actually around the corner here in January, February. So to do it, we'll need the funding, and we're going to go ahead and advocate for that at the mid-year budget, which is the fiscal year from July to June, and the mid-year is at the January, February period. So that'll give us more time to further explore the most desirable outcomes. Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up here at the request, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for coming out here and advocating for the pickleball. Regarding Calaveras Ridge, I really do like the fact that we'll have some benches there. And also, Councilmember Chua had also mentioned, but it hasn't come up yet, about having park champions. So maybe later on that can take care of some of the concerns that of supervision or be maintained, or so maybe that can, when that comes up, when her item comes up, we can also what's the word, not piggyback, but implement that in that park. So and then I also agree with the mayor that no barbecue pits. As far as pickleball, I'm wondering if the city can look for new sites, because when I drive around town, I see a lot of empty spots or empty land, and I'm wondering if maybe some of those can be looked at for a future pickleball site. And I also see tennis has 25. I'm wondering if the staff has looked to see which of those tennis courts are being underutilized, so at least we can at least have one. So those are my concerns. And I do believe that we should have pickleball in the city because it's a demand. As time changes, demands change. People's sports activities change, and I really do feel we need that in Milpitas, because most of the people that play pickleball are seniors, and we have a growing senior population. Where and how is another question, and I'm still not clear about the pilot program. If someone can explain what that really means. I know you said 6 months, but what does the pilot program really mean?
Good question. We'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you.
And I'll get your microphone. Yes, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. The pilot program is really, because there are two ways you can approach pickleball courts. One, if it's sole use, and the court is dedicated to pickleball. And there's another strategy where you use the court for multi-purpose usage, meaning you can use it for tennis, you can use it for pickleball, you can use it just to kick or hit your balls for practicing. And based on the feedback that I got from pickleball players, I get a lot of emails from them, by the way, almost every day. Each city has their own preference. Like one city can be multi-purpose courts, but another city will be solely dedicated courts. So it depends on what the needs of the community. We're not just listening to the pickleballers, but we're also listening to the other users, the tennis players, the badminton players, and everybody else. So that's why we need this pilot project to see how it goes. And Walter, do you want to add something else, please?
Yeah, so what I hear the council say with the pilot, we look at this one courted gill. We're going to come back in mid-year, which will be February, with the funding request to the council. If the council desires for us to also go a step further, when we have after the pilot or as part of the pilot, we could do a community engagement between the tennis players with certain needs, the pickleball players with other needs, and go towards a multi-use court system with different time of the day dedicated towards one type of sport versus the other. If that's part of the pilot you would like us to direct this as well, we can do that.
Okay, I also want to add that this is an outdoor pickleball that we're trying to look into, but we don't have a dedicated one indoor, which they need to. So that would be the next step. Once we get into the budget process starting in January, then we can look into that. Meantime, we have the pilot project that gives us statistics on how to approach this.
Thank you very much, Councilor Chu. I'm going to jump in here. Just jump in. Thank you. Let's go to our Director of Recreation and Community Services, Renee Lorenzen. Do we have any indoor pickleball? I know we got that sweet gym at the Sports Center. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. So we do have indoor pickleball drop-in 2 to 3 times a week currently at the Milpitas Sports Center in the gym. We do set up similarly to the badminton court lines with temporary nets and court dividers. There is a bit of a dimension difference between badminton and pickleball, which I believe staff on site is trying to work with the pickleball leadership, some of who are in the audience with you tonight on how we can remedy that. So in the future, working with the community, we could look at striping in the gym differently for whatever the new and emerging high use and high frequency sports are in the gym.
Mayor Chan, and I would like to add to that. And the pickleballer showed me the dimensions at the Milpitas Sports Center. They get confused because there are so many lines because there's a lot of players using the same spot for different purposes. So it's not really convenient. It's not really ideal to do the pickleball because, oh, which line am I on? So that's the concern. So if Renee can fix that momentarily.
Yeah, I'm sure adjusting the lines would be probably the lowest cost measure we can take. And so, yeah, absolutely. See, that's what we're doing tonight. See that?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And,
thank you, Renee.
And I don't want to stretch it too far to our Director Lorenzen. I don't want to stretch it too far, but I'm just trying to brainstorm. You know, I know Denny Weisgerber Auditorium got a little bit of flooring there. I don't know if it's the quality for pickleball, and I'd hate to really do anything to the sparkle of that room for the legendary Denny Weisgerber. But you know, there's some. I guess we got to go indoors sometimes when it's raining and whatnot. So maybe we can just look into every place we can that's convenient to our seniors. Fantastic. Okay, great. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you to you all for being here. It's great to be able to put a name to a face. I know I've been communicating through email with some of you. I would love to be in attendance and get some time on the calendar so I could go and visit. I'm a fan of pickleball. Actually, I found out about it maybe about 10 years ago, or even now, a lot more now, when I was a program director at the East Valley YMCA and we introduced pickleball for our seniors. So I definitely see the health aspects of it. If you know me, I'm pretty much a person that likes to do things now versus waiting. I have expressed this in the past. I'm not a fan of sub-task force. I'm not a fan of shelving things. I think sometimes that just makes it seem like we're doing something when we're actually not. One of the things that we are going to run into that I'm extremely concerned is budget. As you all know, the pandemic has hit pretty bad. Our city is not in a place financially to, I think, add things in the mid-budget. The way that I see this forecast is we may be pushed to take things away With that said, I would feel more comfortable if we added language to what's in front of us today, and I agree with all of you, which is the master plan. I do believe that we have an opportunity before us to add the recommendations into this master plan today. If the majority of this council wishes to, that is something we could do. And that is something that I would like to see. Because I feel that if it's not in writing, it gets lost. And I don't want this to get lost. I want this to get prioritized. I think that we have enough information to move into a great pilot program, which I totally support. But again, it's all this math, eating it while I'm reading it. I think that unfortunately the list needs to still be prioritized, and the pilot program will cost money, and I'm afraid that we may not have the money. So I would like to move into putting language in the master plan now, in addition to moving with the pilot program forward. That way, I feel we have more options once we get to that space versus hearing what sometimes I hear is, well, we can't do it this time, and then we ran out of options. So I think if we put it in both places, the probability of us getting there is a lot higher versus putting it just in one place or the other. Although you can come back, and I completely understand that you could come back and add it later on the master plan. I personally feel we have it before us today. So why wait? That is my take on this. I truly support pickleball as well as futsal. I know those are two growing sports that are coming into Milpitas. Milpitans are not, the seniors are not the only geographical group that are playing pickleball and futsal. It's actually, there's a big growing group of teens that are getting into these sports. And so I want to be able to support that in our city. So personally, I will not be supporting the master plan if that language is not invested in it today. I don't want to lose out on an opportunity, and the opportunity is here. And even if the master plan is something that we can't get to in a while, I think that we have the opportunity to add an amendment and add some language that maybe adds the language that Councilmember Chua has added, right? Which is moving forward with that pilot program, but also making sure that there is a focus for pickleball, outdoor pickleball courts. Personally, that would make me feel better and make me feel like there is a plan. Something that I have seen many times is these task force. I mean, I was in a task force with Councilmember Chua a couple years back, which was the water task force, and I quit 6 months in. And I quit because you invest a lot of time into these task force, and the working class just doesn't have time to be there for a year in meeting after meeting after meeting. So personally, I think that it's best if we add the language today into the master plan, even if it's some refined language that maybe just reinstates what the pilot program is, but definitely focuses on putting permanent solutions, which would be the permanent solutions that I hear our community wants in the master plan. So that is what I will be moving forward with, hoping that we could add that language. I just don't feel comfortable. Again, many of you know I abstain when I don't have all the information. I just don't feel comfortable moving a master plan that is missing out on an opportunity. And we have an opportunity. So I would kindly like to ask the council and the mayor to reconsider to add that language into the master plan and direct staff to add it before the vote today. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for coming.
Mayor Tran and City Council, could I just chime in because I
Absolutely,
know there are
absolutely.
strong desires about tweaking the potential document tonight. And I just want to make sure the council is being cognizant of the Brown Act and then also CEQA. So one of the things with the master plan is we did do a CEQA review, as Steve Erickson did note. It is a document that analyzes the projects as detailed in the master plan. And so if you make any tweaks to that document, I'd want the benefit of the consultant having a chance to look at those changes to make sure that it doesn't change the environmental conclusions that the consultant has basically put together as part of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration that's in your agenda packet. Second, the master plan itself is what it is. And I think it's a document that's before you tonight for potential adoption. Now, the council has a couple of options. It sounds like there's a desire to direct staff to look at a pilot program on pickleball, and then also see some more definitive language, I think, in the master plan on that issue. So on that aspect, I think the council has two options. One, you could defer action on the master plan tonight and direct staff to look at that pilot program as well as more definitive language on pickleball to be included within the master plan. And then we can bring that back to you for potential adoption. The other option is the council could move forward with the documents in their current state tonight, with the understanding that you are directing staff to look at a pilot program as well as to potentially come back and amend that master plan in the future to include more definitive language. And then we would return to you at a future meeting so that you can chew on all of that and decide where you'd like to go. So two options, either defer action tonight and direct staff to look at that pilot program, or take action tonight on the master plan as it exists. And then potentially we'd come back to you for potential amendment in the future. But I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Well stated, Chris. Thank you so much, our city attorney. Very well stated. I really enjoyed the latter recommendation. Let's get this master plan done tonight, but we will have those recommendations from our community intertwined so that we can move forward. And when I think about the pickleball, it's like, it goes back to the CIP and mid-year budget. In our CIP program, our capital improvement program. It's a 5-year document with projects that are needed throughout the whole city. It's located on the City of Milpitas website. And if you can't find it, reach out to me. I'll send you the link. But we do have a capital improvement, a project program with 5 years worth of projects. And I think the new pickleball courts or a conversion of some park space to new pickleball courts can absolutely be on our capital improvement project list and in a year one, perhaps. But we'll be here serving you. For many years. Okay, so there's a lot of talk up here, but I think making sure that we deliver is going to be everything that matters. I do see your hand here. What's difficult is with public comment, everybody gets a minute and 30 seconds, and I cannot have anybody come up to speak because that would be unequal to others. Let me think of a question and I'll bring you up, but we'll go to Vice Mayor Carmen Montano in the meantime.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to the pickleball courts, I think, well, actually the master plan. So from what I understand is that this master plan is not set in stone, but it's like a living document, or is it the vice versa, Chris?
Yeah, no, thank you, Vice Mayor Montano. So I don't think it's an actual living document. I think you could definitely tweak it in the future and make changes and continue to explore different possibilities with it. But if you would adopt it tonight, it exists in its current form, and that would be the document that you actually adopt.
Oh, okay. Well, with that, I would like to defer it because that it was recommended that a pilot program, and that's not in this document. And so that's why I would like to defer it for another time, so that way we can include that pilot program, and then staff can be looking at other alternatives and other options. And because definitely we want, from what I've been hearing from my colleagues, is that we want a pickleball course, but how and where and when, that's the question. So that's my recommendation. However, it all depends on what the majority of the council wants. Thank you.
Great. We're taking all input here. We'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. With regards to the pilot project, it's not really, it doesn't have to be in the master plan because according my conversation with Deputy City Manager, we have the budget for it. We have some finances for it. It's not very much. It's not like 50,000 or the last time I spoke, I don't want to say the amount, but it's very minimal.
Do a point of inquiry here. Do a point of inquiry to our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman. This pilot I was gonna say Powerball, pickleball. I don't win in the Powerball, that's for sure. Maybe pickleball I have a better chance, but I do see our Director of Engineering's hand up too. Certainly an intersection I'm at here. Who should I go to? Even myself, but okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I think listening to Councilmember Chua, this pilot pack program can be separate from the master plan.
Yes.
And so that being said, let's go to our Director of Engineering here, Ms. Steve Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to restate that, as I mentioned before, the guidelines for improvements in the master plan are fluid and that they're, again, just guidelines. So what I'm hearing tonight is there's a desire to add pickleball at as many locations as we can in the city. So as I mentioned earlier, as park renovation projects come up for approval and funding, we would look for opportunities at that time to add pickleball and other amenities. And the projects, again, would receive community input, as well as the plan for the improvement of those facilities would be before you in the plan approval stage and authorization to advertise. So there's more bites of the apple here. I would not recommend deferring the master plan because, again, it's something that can be tweaked later at the project phase when these projects actually come forward for your approval of funding and of the actual construction plans.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Tran, if I may. The only thing that is we were waiting on so we can start with the pilot project is the prioritization of the items. If we approve this next meeting, Walter can start working on it. That's the only thing we're waiting on the pilot project. It doesn't have to be on the Parks and Recs master plan.
Fantastic.
There's no need for it.
All right, there it is. There you have it. Fantastic. And so absolutely, yeah, let's take a moment to think about our processes here for projects here in this city. And I think our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson, explained it very well, and there's a lot of opportunities going forward. And again, I will recommend to my colleagues that we approve this master plan tonight. I think it's done very well. Obviously, we're hearing maybe a handful or less of concerns from the council, but that's excellent. You're telling me out of everything in the master plan we have here tonight, folks watching at home, that there's only maybe 2 or 3 or 4 concerns. And so that's an excellent job by Linda and our Department of Engineering and everybody involved, recreation, of course, and things. So this is great. This is a great conversation. Let's go to the Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Steve Erickson's comment that it is fluid, even though it's a guideline. So with that, I would like to, you made a motion, right?
We'll get there, yeah.
Oh,
You want to make the motion? Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, we just have a motion right now. Let's go to Councilmember Chua. But if I approve this master plan tonight, is it possible for me to include in the approval the removal of barbecues pits for Calaveras Ridge Park, or is that another action I need to take at another time? Go to our City Attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if you're removing things and that would not cause an environmental impact, that we would need the consultant to look at, and that's really my concern, the CEQA piece. So if you were adding things into the document, I'd say we'd want the consultant to look at that. But if you're removing things, I don't necessarily have a concern.
Thank you all. Brag about how I saved the city money. All right. Okay, next up, Councilmember Chua. We do have a motion on the floor.
I second.
All right, we got a second from Councilmember Chua. Very exciting. Let's go to Linda because Linda's amazing, and I want Linda to share her comments and thoughts and just anything. This is your moment, Linda, and we are here.
It's your guys' moment because I have loved working with your community, and this kind of discussion you're having tonight is indicative so many people stands up. So I've lived here for 25 years, 30 years, and they've shared their insights, even during a pandemic when it was so hard to gather. People still managed to get their thoughts and input to us. And your staff, oh my gosh, they have really worked hard on this. And I realize it's challenging because it may seem a little bit maintenance-y in the beginning because of sort of where we end up financially. We really want to invest in protecting the infrastructure we have in place and then moving forward. And we've actually set this document up with sort of criteria, how you prioritize each year as you do CIPs. So it is meant to be where it's not this totally living document, but something where you kind of revisit it annually through the CIP project, because sometimes priorities change a little bit, needs change, and you want to be able to respond to that. So I just have to say, I'm going to be sad to have this be over because I really enjoyed working with your community. So, but what a nice Christmas present you're giving your city.
Thank you. Really, truly, thank you, Linda Gates. Folks watching at home, this is the person that really dove into our community across Milpitas from the hills to the valley. And we saw in the presentation the outreach, and I've seen Linda throughout the community as well, even during a pandemic. So we will always remember what you've done for our parks here in town, which we cherish, and which you can see that are spread strategically throughout all the neighborhoods and by the schools. And the next city that has the privilege to hire you will certainly benefit from your talents. Thank you. Okay, great. We had a motion from the Vice Mayor. We got a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor to approve? Item number 14. I had to flip my book there. Oh, let me pause real quick. We got to close the public hearing. I don't think we closed the public hearing, did we? No, got to. All right, so we do have a motion and a second, but do we need to take that back or is it invalid? Chris?
Mayor, what you could do is just whoever the motion maker is, if they're agreeable to including within that closing of the public hearing and then adopting the resolution that's in your agenda packet, I think that's fine. And the seconder would just confirm that they're okay with that.
Sharp, Vice Mayor Montano.
Yes, I would like to close the public hearing and include a motion to move forward with item 14.
Fantastic. All right. And so we do have a motion from the Vice Mayor. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. This is an honor to vote on this, and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 14 is approved. Once again, thank you, Linda. I want to thank Renee. I want to thank Steve Erickson and all the folks who worked on this and made history tonight. Okay, moving on here. Public hearings, item number 15, farewell. Conduct a public hearing and consider adopting urgency ordinance number 38.844, amending sections of Chapter 1 subdivisions and Chapter 10 zoning of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to urban lot splits and 2-unit projects to comply with government code sections 66.411.7 and 65.85.2.21 and determining the ordinance to be statutorily exempt from CEQA. And we'll go to our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be with you again tonight. I'm Ned Thomas, serve as Planning Director for the City of Milpitas. Also, I think joining us tonight will be our Principal Planner, Jay Lee, who has been following the progress of SB 9 throughout the summer and into the fall and help prepare the materials for tonight's presentation. So if I could have the first slide, please. Bring up the presentation. Thank you. Nope. So in response to the ongoing housing affordability crisis across California, the legislature approved a spate of new bills this year, all of them aimed at streamlining the local review process and increasing the capacity to build more housing at the local level. And among the new legislation, certainly Senate Bill 9, or for shorthand SB 9, generated a significant amount of interest, I would say opposition, at the local level, both from local government and others concerned about protecting the local neighborhoods, the stability of local single-family neighborhoods. And as you may recall, back in August, the council directed staff to prepare a letter in opposition to SB 9. Under the mayor's signature was sent to the Speaker of the State Assembly, among other things, noting that SB 9, the city was opposing that because it would limit the city's ability to engage the community in the local review process. SB 9 makes many of the decisions ministerial, meaning that there are no public hearings before the Planning Commission or the council. I'll talk about that on some future slides. But I did want to make it to note that from the beginning, clear back as before this was enacted, that the council was actively involved and interested in what was happening with SB 9. Nevertheless, the legislature passed SB 9, and as I mentioned, several other housing-related bills, and the governor signed SB 9 on September 16, 2021. The effect of SB 9 was adding new sections to the California Government Code noted here. These are law. They will go into effect on January 1st, 2022. So we're here tonight with an urgency ordinance because Senate Bill 9 does allow local jurisdictions to provide what we call objective standards for zoning, subdivisions, and design. And if the city does not act before January 2022, we would not have the ability to enact those objective standards at the local level. And I will go into those in some details on subsequent slides. But I would just, in summary, I just want to fix in your mind that SB 9 doesn't require the city to do anything. It doesn't require property owners to do anything, but it does create the potential for increased density in our single family residential zoning districts. And some who have opposed SB 9 have said, oh, this is the end of single family zoning in California. And I think that's overstating the situation a little bit. Again, it's just the potential, and it remains to be seen whether individual property owners will take advantage of the new provisions within state law to do things like split lots or add units to their property. And we'll talk about that in the next few slides. If I could have the next slide, please. Just as a foundation to our discussion, I wanted to go over a few key elements of SB 9, and there are really two specific provisions and then a third one that has to do with process. The first one are lot splits. So a lot split is within our single family neighborhoods. If you have an existing lot, this bill allows that lot to be split roughly in half. Now, the bill does provide a minimum lot size of 1,200 square feet. And so if you're splitting it in half, it can be 50-50 or it can be 60-40, but it can't go beyond a 60-40. So you can't have like a 10%, 90% split of the lot. They have to be roughly equal. So that lot split, and what we'll call an urban lot split, is one of the provisions of SB 9. The other major component is this idea of a 2-unit project. And what that means is that within a single family residential neighborhood, an existing lot could have 2 primary units on it rather than just one. And for decades, the standard in most single family neighborhoods in California has been 1 primary unit on 1 lot. That changed a little bit with accessory dwelling units, but as the name implies, those were not considered 2 primary units, but 1 primary unit and 1 accessory unit. And in this case, you would end up with 2 primary units. So those are the 2 primary components. And then I will say the third one is that both of these changes can be done with ministerial approval, meaning that, as I mentioned a moment ago, there would be no public hearing before the Planning Commission or the City Council on either of these could be, modest or major land use decisions. And usually land use decisions like this at the local level are done what we call discretionary, meaning that the city has some discretion to allow or deny. But in this case, a ministerial approval means that the city would be required to approve them if they meet the requirements of that we'll talk about in just a moment. So again, third bullet point here, this isn't requiring anyone to do anything, but it does create the potential to build, if you split lots a certain way and you added 2 units to each of the new lots, the potential is there to build up to 4 smaller units on what was originally 1 single family residential lot. And I'll just add parenthetically that the intent here by the legislature, I believe, and many have written about this, is the idea of addressing the missing middle, what we call missing middle housing. And those would be smaller units that are embedded within a single family neighborhood. So instead of one large house on one large lot, which you usually see in a single family neighborhood, you might have smaller units on smaller lots within the single family neighborhood, limited again to 4. And then the important thing for our discussion tonight is the fourth bullet point here, that SB 9 takes away some, we'll say it takes away some local control, in that it takes away the discretion of a local government over some of these decisions, but it does authorize a local jurisdiction to impose objective standards, meaning measurable standards over zoning, subdivision, and design and this is important language directly from the bill, that to the extent that these standards do not preclude development allowed under SB 9. And I'll go into some more detail on that in the next few slides. So if I could have the next slide, please. So the changes that we'll talk about as part of the urgency ordinance tonight, they boil down to changes within the subdivision ordinance related to the urban lot split. And I'll cover that in the next few slides. And then we'll talk about the second half is text amendments to the zoning ordinance, which are related to the 2-unit project. So again, we have urban lot splits and 2-unit projects, the 2 primary components of SB 9, and each of those are addressed in a different section of the municipal code. So first we'll cover the subdivision ordinance text amendments. This is in Title 11, Chapter 1, which is our subdivision ordinance. And the 2 bullet points here represent the 2 changes, the 2 amendments that we'll be talking about. The first one is relatively simple. We're going to add a definition of what is an urban lot split. And this is needed because urban lot split is a new creation under SB 9. And we'll add that to the definition section. It's very simple here, as it's mentioned. And hopefully I described it already, but it says simply that the subdivision of an existing legally subdivided lot into 2 lots in accordance with the requirements of this section. So again, that's taking one existing lot within a single family neighborhood and dividing it into 2 lots. And then the important part here is the requirements of this section. Well, what are those? Well, that's the second bullet point. We need to add some local objective standards that will provide guidance for what do these divided lots look like. And some of the guidelines are provided in SB 9, and we've taken that language and we'll incorporate that into our local subdivision ordinance. And then there is some additional provision that we're allowed to add local objective standards, and I'd like to go over those 2. So those will be the next 2 slides. If I have the next slide, please. Just in general, so these are the standards for urban lot splits. And most of the ones on this slide, I think all of them are taken more or less from the SB 9 language. So the first one is that we're going to limit urban lot splits to individual property owners. It can't be a corporation. And the intent here is that we're trying to avoid or discourage speculation. We don't want investors or corporations to come in and buy up a bunch of lots and split them and divide them and create essentially a legal subdivision. So the intent of the legislature was to allow individual property owners to split their lot and to create additional housing. Now, again, this idea of an urban lot split is new. So within our ordinance, our subdivision ordinance, we need to create a new approval process. And different cities are doing this in a different way, but as we were advised by our attorneys, we thought it was a good idea to keep somewhat what we have now, where we have a tentative map and a final map. These are usually discretionary things that would come to the planning commission, sometimes the city council, but in this case, these will both be ministerial. However, having a 2-step process is beneficial to the city. It gives us a little bit of leverage. the application will come in according to the approval process in our forms. We will look at the tentative map, all of the city departments, primarily planning and land development, but also, fire and police. We'll all take a look at that and kind of make comments on it. And there may be some changes that need to be made. And then before we grant approval, well, we will grant approval of the tentative map, but before they get approval of the final map, our ordinance will require some easements for things like utilities, and it may require some affidavits of ownership of the property and those sorts of things. All of those things need to be recorded with the county. And so in order for us to have some leverage to ensure that that is done properly, we will withhold our approval of the final map until those things are in place. So it's a two-step process. We also, this again, taken from SB 9, but will establish that the urban lot splits must comply with the State Subdivision Map Act, which is a cornerstone of land development within the state. So we just want to ensure that these splits are compliant with that, provide some remedies if the Subdivision Map Act is violated. Importantly, we're limiting SB 9 lot splits to the city's R1 single family zoning district. The legislation isn't specific, it just says single family zoning district. So we are going to provide some specificity there and to say it is specifically our R1 single family zoning districts. The legislation also says that lot splits cannot occur in certain areas, and that limits those. Some are noted here, and these are important, I think, because of our hillsides. And you'll note that hillside might be considered a conservation area. There's certain wildfire concerns. There are a lot of seismic activity or faults within the hillside. So our ordinance borrows that language from SB 9 and includes it in our local ordinance. There's also a couple of provisions about historic districts. The last bullet point on affordable housing and rental housing. Again, the legislature wanted to provide for additional housing development, but they didn't necessarily want them to impact these either affordable housing, rental housing, or have adverse impacts on a historic district. So those are precluded. And then that second to last bullet point, no prior lot split or adjacent lot by the same person, kind of a awkward way of saying that. Again, they're trying to avoid speculation where if a property owner has split their lot, they can't then turn around and split the two. If they have a very large lot and they split it in two, they can't then do a subsequent split and have 4 lots. We want to limit it to the single lot split. And then they didn't want different people getting together, maybe in a row, and having lot splits that were joined together, again, creating what would become really an illegal subdivision. So again, this language is borrowed directly from SB 9 and is incorporated into our ordinance. Next slide, please. And then we have some more specific standards here. As I mentioned, the lot needs to be a minimum of 2,400 square feet. If you're dividing it, it has to be a minimum of 1,200 square feet. That would be a 50-50 split if it's 2,400 square feet. But it has to be at least between 40 and 60%, as we talked about. And then the owner of the lot has to provide adequate easements for public services. Again, that we will check that between the tentative map and the final map. Something that was left up to our discretion was whether or not the split must adjoin a public right-of-way or not. And we thought in our internal conversations with the attorney that it was advisable to have them adjoin the public right-of-way and then to have a minimum lot frontage of 12.5 feet. And that's enough room for a driveway. Now, this may result in some flag lots. And so that would be something that the council might want to consider. And then the last thing on here is that SB 9 empowers the building official to deny an application for an urban lot split if they make written findings of something called a specific adverse impact to public health or safety. So again, this language is borrowed directly from SB 9, and we have provided some additional language in our ordinance that describes, well, what is a specific adverse impact and how does the building official go about making those findings and denying an application and providing some direction there. So next slide, please. So now we're going to turn our attention to the second part, which is the zoning ordinance text amendments. Again, this is entitled 11, but it's chapter 10, and this is our zoning ordinance. And once again, there's two changes we're making here. We're going to once again add definitions. Now, we've added a definition in the subdivision ordinance for urban lot split, but we also want to add it in the zoning ordinance. And then we're also going to add a definition for what is a 2-unit project, again, because this is a new creation under SB 9. And you can see the definition here of what a 2-unit project is that we've talked about. The key word there being a primary dwelling unit as opposed to an accessory dwelling unit. And then once again, in the zoning ordinance, we're going to add, very similar to what we just talked about for the urban lot split, we're going to add some objective standards for 2-unit projects. And those are going to be added to section 4, which is our residential zone and standards within chapter 10. And the next several slides go through that, but there's some repetition here to what we just talked about. So I'll try to go through this quickly. Next slide, please. So again, these will look very similar because there's some of the same standards in SB 9 that apply to urban lot splits apply to 2-unit projects. Once again, it's limited to individual property owners. Our ordinance that we're presenting to you tonight establishes a ministerial approval process for these 2-unit projects. We established that the lot has to be legally subdivided. Once again, we're limiting it to the R1 single family zone. Once again, we're prohibiting it in certain areas. Again, you'll see conservation areas, flood zones, wildfire, earthquake, and there are a few others. Once again, we're prohibiting them in a historic district because we don't want to impact historic buildings. And once again, limiting it, prohibiting the prior, if there was a prior lot split or a lot owned by the same person, we wouldn't have a 2-unit project on those. And again, no impacts to affordable housing or rental housing. So those are all the same standards, again, borrowing the language from SB 9 that we applied to lot splits, and we're applying them to 2-unit projects. Next slide, please. Now we have for 2-unit projects, we have a few other standards. These are more specific. So this first bullet point is a little bit tricky. If the lot is subject to an urban lot split, which we just talked about, then we want to limit no more than 2 dwelling units of any kind. Otherwise, under the state ADU ordinance, our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, and our local ordinance, you would end up with you could end up with a lot split, and then on each of those lots, you could have 2 primary units, and then you could also add ADUs, and you might end up with as many as 5 units on a project. So this is only in the case when you combine a 2-unit project with a lot split. We want to limit it to the 2 dwelling units of any kind. That way we limit it to 4 units, as was the intent of the legislation. But if it's not split and you have a lot and you create a 2-unit project, then in most cases you would also be able to add an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit. And so I just wanted to make that clear. Then there's some standards for the size of the units. Again, SB 9 requires that our standards allow up to 800 square feet. Now, if you have a unit that's on the lot that's larger than that, it can stay, but it wouldn't be able to expand. If you have something smaller, then it can go up to 800 square feet. And then we want our local objective standards also provide for height of the building. Again, looking at the 800 square feet, if you're on a larger lot, because of privacy concerns, we would limit that to a single story and it can spread out over the larger lot. If you have a smaller lot, the 800 square feet, you may need to go vertical, but we would limit that to a 2-story building and limit it to 22 feet. And for privacy purposes, we specifically prohibit rooftop decks on these types of, and again, this is specific to these types of projects that would be looked at differently than other types of housing projects within the city. Next slide, please. Couple more, some more standards. We want to look at setbacks. Now, the SB 9 requires a minimum setback of 4 feet, but because we're applying it with an R1 zoning district, as long as we're not precluding the development of a unit 800 square feet, we can continue to apply the existing setbacks. So the setbacks will actually be somewhere between the R1 standard, and they can go, but if if the lot is smaller and they need to, they can go as small as 4 feet. And that's one of the reasons why we have the height restrictions, that if you have a 4-foot setback, which really isn't that much, then we want to make sure that we're protecting the privacy. The state legislation does not provide a front setback, so we're providing one of 15 feet. Again, objectively saying that 50% of that must be landscaped. The state legislation does allow up to 1 parking space per new unit, unless it's within a half mile of transit, and then no parking is required. That's something we'll need to look at. But I think most of our single family zoning districts in the city will still be able to require at least 1 parking space. And we want each new unit to match the existing unit. We've provided some standards for things like lighting and landscaping. And then, as we've learned from accessory dwelling units, when you go up to a 2nd story, as we provided in our ADU ordinance, we have a requirement for frosted or obscure glass, again, to ensure privacy. So again, a lot of our standards at the local level, we must be objective, but we can add things in that will protect our neighborhood, the privacy, as well as the nature of our neighborhoods. And I think there's one more slide on these 2 unit projects. The next slide, please. And then finally, things related to utility connections, requiring them to meet current codes, no short-term rentals. Their SB 9 does provide for some deed restrictions, and so we require recordation of those. And again, under SB 9, the building official can deny the application for a 2-unit project, similar to the lot split, with findings of specific adverse impact. So that language mirrors SB 9, and it also mirrors what we've put into the subdivision ordinance. So next slide, please. So again, so we've covered changes to the subdivision ordinance and changes to the zoning ordinance. When we make amendments to the zoning ordinance, there are findings that are required, and the first one is that they are consistent with the general plan. We've identified policies, as well as in both land use and health and wellness, as well as in our existing housing element, that are consistent with what we are trying to achieve with these amendments. The first finding is made, and then the next slide, please. The second finding is that the amendments will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. So all of that detail that I went into about setbacks and height restrictions, all of those are really intended, again, objectively, to ensure that the future units are compatible with the surrounding single-family residential uses. It will be a change if these smaller units are built in our single-family residential neighborhoods, but to the extent possible, we want to make sure that they are compatible and or any potential impacts on adjacent properties are mitigated, and also to protect the character and the property owner rights in our neighborhoods. And the next slide, please. Under SB 9 and the government code sections that were added, the adoption of an urgency ordinance or a regular ordinance by the city implementing SB 9 is statutorily exempt from CEQA. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission reviewed these ordinance changes, text amendments on November 29th, and they voted 5-1 to recommend approval of the amendments to comply with Senate Bill 9. And the last slide, please. Finally, our recommendation is this is a public hearing item, to open and close the public hearing, and then to adopt the urgency ordinance amending the sections of the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinances I have reviewed with you tonight. Again, these are related primarily to urban lot splits and 2-unit projects. And with that, Jay and I are both here to help answer questions, and I believe our city attorney also has one of his colleagues here who specializes in housing law to help answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ned, and great to have everybody here. I suppose this is a planning party. Great. Great job, Ned. Excellent work. I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. If I hear no objections to open up the public hearing, Listening. I don't hear any objections to open up the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. We'll go to public comment for any members of the public that are with us in attendance in the city council chamber. Looking, going once, going twice. I see no request for public comment during this public hearing. We'll go to the virtual chamber in the sky. We're on Zoom, folks. Item number 15. I'm looking for any virtual raised hands for item number 15. This is the public hearing. Let's go to Frank Bush. Welcome, Frank.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, since there's only going to be a requirement for one parking space for a unit, but quite often there's, like a married couple that have jobs in different places. Is there going to be any way to control the off-site parking? Like if they can't park in the driveway or their carport, they're going to park on the street, and streets around here are already pretty crowded with cars parking. Is there any regulations around that going to be made?
Thank you very much, Frank. We'll go to our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and certainly one that concerns staff as well, and has raised a lot of questions and concerns among planners, not just in Milpitas, but throughout the valley and throughout the state, really. The language is taken directly from SB 9, and we are only allowed for these projects. I'm scrolling through at
And while Ned's doing that, I want to. Okay. While Ned's doing that, I want to go to our city attorney, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just wanted to note that we do have Ryan Steger here. He's part of our housing group who did work extensively on the template ordinance that we did provide to staff, which becomes the ordinance that is in your packet tonight. But I'll go to Ryan if he has the answer to the question on parking, because I know Ned is looking for it.
Absolutely. Hey, Ryan, welcome.
Oh, good evening, Mayor, member of the council members. Yeah, Ned, I agree. Yeah, the most the city can require is one off-street parking space per unit. I mean, applicants are certainly free to provide more off-street parking if they want. But yeah, the most that the city can require here is one off-street parking space per unit.
Thank you very much. And to Frank, SB 9 is coming from Sacramento, statewide policy, and we are held to state policy. And this item before us tonight, here in this public hearing, are steps the council will consider to mitigate the overreach, in my opinion, of local authorities. So your concerns are shared, Frank. Okay, the public hearing continues. I'm looking for comment from the virtual chamber in the sky. Folks on Zoom, if you'd like to comment on item number 15, thanks for joining us here tonight. I see your names, familiar names, and item number 15, I'm seeing no further public comment from the Zoom. Going once, going, so let me slow down right there. We have Barbara Jo Navarro, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The Planning Department has done an outstanding job of reviewing SB 9 and trying to mitigate what things it may cause in our neighborhoods. So I implore you to take a look at this and go ahead and vote it in.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Happy you're here with us tonight. I hope you're doing well over there where you are. Okay, great. I see no further virtual raised hands. Going once, going twice. That's it for the public comment. I'll go ahead and keep the public hearing open for good measure. We'll bring it back up here to the dais. I'm going to keep my remarks short. The City Council has previously sort of voted on an item related to SB 9 to take a position prior to SB 9's approval by the governor. And so I continue to be consistent with our neighborhoods here in Milpitas going back to 1954. All the concerns I think I've shared. So I really want to give kudos to our planning department as the council will go ahead and do a respectful vote on this item tonight. I want to thank the planning department, just really sharp as a tack. And we'll go to the next person, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I echo Ms. Navarro's comment regarding well this is written and how this is the most that we can do in terms of SB 9 and SB 10. My question to Ned is, Ned, I heard that either City of Cupertino or Mountain View have the strictest SB 9 and SB 10. How do we compare with them, with either one? I think it's Cupertino, but I'm not sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. After SB 9 was enacted, almost immediately, all of the planners within Santa Clara County got together. We get together on a monthly basis anyway, but this became definitely a focus of our attention, and almost on a weekly basis, either Jay or I have attended planning meetings and discussion meetings about SB 9. And I think each city is doing things a little bit differently, but fairly similar. One thing I know, I was speaking with the planner, my colleague from the city of, not Cupertino,
So popular, huh?
Today, and she was asking me about our hillside ordinance, for example, and I was reviewing their, oh, actually it was yesterday, I was reviewing the ordinance. We've all been reviewing each other's ordinances, and well, how are you doing this? How are you doing? And I was looking at one from Saratoga, and for example, their one parking place, they are requiring to be a covered parking space. We haven't gone quite that far. Our ordinance follows pretty closely a model ordinance that was provided to us by our city attorney, and gave us the idea of dividing it between our subdivision ordinance and our zoning ordinance. And really the aspect of it that I like the best is that we have limited, and you'll see that we've kind of carved out a place for the SB 9 projects within our subdivision zoning ordinance. That was done deliberately so that if and when changes are made by the state legislature, and we fully, it's widely expected that additional refinements will continue to be made, very similar to the way that we had to come back to, I think maybe 3 times on accessory dwelling units. I think we will be doing that with SB 9 as well. So this is our first shot at it. We hope that we've done a good job. It at least gives us some protections at the local level and some objective standards, but I do believe that we will be coming back with refinements within the next year, or maybe even the next 2 years. And but yeah, we definitely, this has been a coordinated effort among the planning departments of all the cities and jurisdictions within Santa Clara County.
That's great to hear. And also, I just really want to thank all of you, Ned, Jay, Chris, and Ryan. Great job. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. It's time check 9:21. Time check. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to thank Ned and your staff for doing such an awesome job. This is very thorough. It's wonderful that you created such a great ordinance. I had one question on specific adverse impacts. So I noticed in there that it doesn't include the obstruction of natural sunlight to the neighbors. And I'm wondering if that can be included, or if you can look into that, because there's been cases where people build high-rise, well, not high-rises, but 2 stories, and what happens is they wind up ultimately blocking the natural sunlight of the neighbors, and it's already too late because it's already a built structure. And I'm wondering if that can be somewhere in there. Because that is people like to have their backyard or front yard have that natural sunlight, and it's more like a quality of life issue. So anyhow, that's what. But I want to thank you for doing this emergency ordinance. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I have a question for Ned. Would you say that these amendments, are they aimed to really uphold objective standards, or is the goal to undermine the goals of SB 9, the production goals?
Thank you. It's a very good question. It came up during during our planning commission meeting as well. I believe one of the public comments was made that they appreciated that the city was making it difficult to do a lot split or a two project. And I reframe that, and I do sincerely believe this, that it's not so much that we're trying to make it difficult as that we're just setting a very high standard for these types of projects. Again, the intent is to protect the integrity and the compatibility of our existing single family neighborhoods. It'll be interesting to see, when SB 9 was passed and it was in the media, our staff reported that they received a lot of inquiries at the front counter about what does this mean and can I do this on my lot? And it will be very interesting to see in the new year if people go forward with these types of projects. So will continue to report back to the council on that as well. But again, we're not trying to make it difficult or to undermine the legislation at all. Within the confines of the legislation, we're trying to enact some objective standards to provide a structure for and a process really for these types of new projects as they come forward.
Thank you. What I want to know is if these standards are justified, and how do they compare to the standards set, by any other project in that area that isn't going through, the SB 9 provisions? Because I do want to make it a fair process, and if we are holding it to a high standard, it should not be any higher than the standards that we're setting, within that zoning jurisdiction or area.
Yeah, I think it's a good comment, and I will just say that, and Ryan may want to chime in as well, but it seems to me that the city was quite limited in the types of standards that it can apply to these types of projects. They have to be objective and measurable, and to a great extent, many of the standards that we went over, the one that comes to mind is the use of obscure or clerestory windows or obscure glass in second story to preserve privacy. Those types of standards came directly from our ADU ordinance, and so in many cases, these are smaller projects on smaller lots, and so a lot of the standards that we borrowed and put into the proposed ordinance were borrowed from our ADU ordinance and are completely compatible with that. So in that regard, the standards are no less strict or restrictive than what is already in place for similar projects in similar neighborhoods.
Okay, well, as long as the standards, exist elsewhere and are being applied to other projects, that's something that I am okay with. But if it's the case that we are creating a unique set of standards distinct for SB 9 projects, that would be something I would take issue with, because ultimately the goal of SB 9 is to, address the housing affordability crisis and actually address production. And if, we're passing any policy that is counter to that goal, I can't be supportive of that.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I would just say that the one big change, really the third component that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, is the idea of ministerial approval. And that significantly streamlines the process. It's similar in that we still, for a lot split, for example, that we still have a tentative map and a final map process, but doing that through a ministerial process significantly reduces the time required for approval.
Okay, I think that element is really important, and that brings me a lot of comfort and to actually vote on this. Thank you.
Oh, one thing I would like to add too is by implementing a set of objective standards, it actually makes the review process, the ministerial review process, much easier for staff because we have a certain set of standards that we apply, and we almost go down a checklist. And if it meets those standards, then we can move forward with approval of the project.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Very great conversation here at City Hall tonight. And look for any further comments from the council. Next up, we have Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just something that I was listening to Councilmember Fan speak. I know one metric tool that was recommended to this council for our unhoused and tracking. I know Councilmember Chu brought that up, and I think that's been a great tool as we try to follow what is happening with our unhoused. I'm wondering if we could have a metric tool very similar that keeps track to maybe how many applications come in, or ADUs or accessory dwellings, as well as those that apply under SB 9, just so we could have a metrics and see how many applications are coming in, how many are being approved, how much building is taking place. Personally, I think that would help us just keep track of what's happening. I know sometimes we see it at the end of a big report, but because affordable housing is such a huge issue, not just because it's providing housing, it's a metric that the state is now hitting cities really hard. And for those of you who are watching us at home, we really have to meet some numbers. I mean, the state has said that if we don't, we could start getting fines. I saw a fine of $300,000 a month or something like that. So I want to make sure that we're doing what we can to show the state, hey, we're doing what we can in implementing these new policies. But I think as one council member, that would be helpful if I could at least get those numbers. And if it doesn't have to be to a report to the entire council, which I think would be great, at least I would personally want those numbers every month, seeing just to track how many applications are coming in, how many permits are being executed, and then how many are eventually getting constructed. I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. One moment here, Ned. I'm hearing a couple of comments here on the dais about affordable housing, and I'm uncertain that is consistent with SB 9. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan, perhaps you can enlighten us on how SB 9 contributes to what's classified as affordable housing.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mayor. I mean, so the big picture SB 9 is intended to augment and build the housing stock. And I think the logic behind it is that with more housing, there'll be more housing opportunities, which will then, by having more opportunities and more housing units, lead to lower housing just by increased volume. SB 9 also does include some protections, and the city's ordinance, the ordinance before the council this evening tracks protections in SB 9, specifically that preclude projects that involve destruction of rental housing. And so it's under the destruction of protected housing sub-bullet in the county ordinance. So this ordinance builds off of the state's platform and does not allow for destruction of affordable housing.
Great, absolutely. So these new construction, which they call in development, these new construction under SB 9 would not count towards affordable housing RENA numbers. Okay, great. All right, that's all the comments we have.
I think it theoretically, the units could theoretically factor into the RENA count. Chris, I don't know if you have any
theoretically
here, but
yeah, Mayor Tran, it's something cities are watched pretty closely just to see if the state allows us to count units created under SB 9 for RENA purposes. ADUs are allowable to be counted, but I know there's been some legislation over the past, not this past year, but the year before, where a legislator from the Bay Area was seeking to basically prevent cities from counting ADUs as part of their RENA numbers. So there might be some change in the law, but we are watching that closely just to see if the state allows that.
Yeah, theory, absolutely theory. Okay, great. All right, I want to go ahead and move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections, I'll move to close the public hearing. And if there's no further comment, if there's a request, I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll move to open up the public hearing back again. Sorry, you're all the way in the back. I gotta get used to having folks. Come on up, Mr. Chen. I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing again. If I hear no objections, the public hearing is back open. Welcome, Mr. Chen.
Just very quick, I think the ADU have a square footage limitation. How about this SB 9?
Hey, Ryan, why not?
Yeah, the units built, the 2 unit projects have an 800 square foot limit, and lots in the lot split section requires projects to comply with the zoning standards that apply to the 2 unit projects. So it incorporates by reference the 800 square foot limit. So any new unit built on a second unit on the 2 unit project component or on a lot split would be limited to the 800 square foot limitation.
Maximum?
Is that maximum, Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure that it really solve the housing shortage problem.
Thank you for your comments. Yep, thank you for your. I don't think there is an answer to the housing shortage. I think as long as we live, in my opinion, but we can always give it our best effort. But that's why we kept the public hearing open, folks. Last minute, you never know who could walk in. You never know. So thank you, sir. And seeing no further requests, we'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections, hearing no objections, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. It's now closed. Okay, great. I want to make a motion to adopt urgency ordinance number 38.844. This is the council's second item related to SB 9 that we're voting on. And certainly SB 9 has brought a lot of comments from our property owners all across Milpitas. So I'm proud to support our neighborhoods and our longtime residents. So I'll move to adopt the urgency ordinance, as I said, and I need a second.
Second.
We have a second from the vice mayor. All in favor? We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye, and I also want to mention that, just one more mention that, nowhere in the language of SB 9 does it say, does it include affordability? It's not mandated. So just that people know that.
All right. That's an aye from the vice mayor. Myself is an aye. And item number 15 has been adopted. Thank you very much, Ned and Ryan. Come on back again soon sometime. Moving on, folks. Time check, 9:36. Let's adopt the resolution, item number 16, for appointing Jaime Garcia as interim assistant fire marshal. And we'll go to our deputy fire chief, if we may. Hello there. We got our fire chief too. And I'll go to our fire chief. Here he is, Brian Sherrard.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Brian Sherrard, your fire chief. And what we have you before you tonight is a request to extend Jaime Garcia as an interim assistant fire marshal. As you know, we're going through a large turnover in staff due to current and expected retirements. And this will allow us to continue to conduct business and fill critical roles. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to go into more detail.
Thank you very much, Chief Sherrard. I have no questions. I will go to public comment. Public comment for item number 16. If you're here in the chamber, you'd like to make a comment for item number 16, now's the time. If not, we'll go to the virtual chamber on Zoom. Folks, item number 16, routine business. Routine business. Okay, great. Seeing no virtual raised hands. Okay, that's public comment. I'll go to the council for any comments. Seeing none, I'll move to approve item number 16 to adopt the resolution. We do have a request, Councilmember Dominguez.
A second. A second. I want to second the motion.
Oh, okay. We have a second from, I thought you said you needed 1 second. I said, all right. I thought you said you needed a second. I was like, are you okay?
No, but thank you for asking. I appreciate that.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, Chief.
I just, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution as stated in your agenda packet, as well as authorize the city manager to execute an employment contract with AFM Garcia.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much. That's number 2. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, as the maker of the motion, I'll repeat what Chief Sherrard said, which is adopt a resolution and approve and authorize the city manager as stated in the agenda. We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez, and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Shua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. Item number 16 is approved. Thanks, Chief Sherrard. Moving on to item 17, approve and authorize the city manager to execute the assignment and consent and 4th amendment to the franchise agreement with Milpitas Sanitation for the purpose of assignment of contract to modify certain service provisions. Here we are, folks. We'll go to our Public Works Director, Tony Enda.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Tony Enda here with the Public Works Department. Also joined by Elaine Marshall, Deputy Public Works Director, and consultant from R3, Scott Hannon. Let's go to the slides, please. Switch my view around here. Next slide, please. So tonight's presentation, as the mayor correctly read, you're here to consider the assignment of contract with MSI. We're also looking at certain changes to the contract to enhance the services for the community. We're going to walk through the background of this request to start off with. We'll look at the assignment consideration process. Then we're going to walk through R3's assessment of the assignee that we're looking at. We'll review the no-cost service enhancements that we're looking at, fiscal impact, and we'll walk through recommendations. Next slide. So on October 19th of this year, MSI approached the city and notified us that they were looking to offer, or they had an offer to buy from Waste Connections to take over the contract that we have with the city. And Waste Connections, Milpitas Sanitation did ask for this process to be completed by the end of this year. This also aligns with the time that we usually bring forth any rate adjustments for the sewer, or for the solid waste fund. So next slide, please. So the assignment of considerations as we have the contract is covered in section 12.6. I'll just highlight just the key items here. First off, a contractor shall not assign its rights to delegate or otherwise transfer obligations on this agreement that we have with MSI without prior consent of our city council. So that's why we're here today. In addition to that, part of the process includes the MSI paying the city 2% of gross receipts, and that in our case here would be about $400,000. We also did our due diligence on our side and contract with R3. R3, as you know, has been working with us for several years now, looking at our solid waste contract on an annual basis. And they did a thorough review of Waste Connections, which is the proposed assignee for this agreement. Next slide. The consent requirements, as we have the contract, include a couple of things which we have noted here are all been met by MSI. The first being a payment of a non-refundable $250,000 to the city. These funds are used by staff and our contractors to do a thorough review of the assignee, in this case, Waste Connections. We also reviewed the health of the assignee. That's part of what needs to be reviewed. Their operational capabilities, proof of compliance, and we also look at the operations and conduct in a safe and secure manner. So all these items were reviewed and also checked. Next slide. So like I mentioned earlier, R3 did do a thorough review of Waste Connections, which is the proposed assignee for this agreement. And a couple of things I wanted to highlight about Waste Connections. One, from R3's review, they have Waste Connections has a full understanding of its commitments and as well as willing to apply to the terms of the current agreement with the city. They have more than 10 years of experience in the solid waste business. They've operated and continue to operate in compliance with all state laws and local laws and regulations. They have established an employee onboarding program, which includes training, diversity, and safety programs included. They have a fleet that they manage and will continue to manage under the terms of our agreement. They were recommended by other jurisdictions in our nearby area, and we'll talk about those in the next slide that's coming up when we did a complete reference check for Waste Connections. They are financially capable of performing the duties under this contract, and their financial health is within a size that will be capable of doing the contract and to continue to do the work that's expected of our residents. Next slide. So who is Waste Connections? So Waste Connections is a company that's been around and operating in the US since 1997, been in California since 1998. And they do serve some of our neighboring cities. Examples include City of Campbell, Montecito, Saratoga, and Los Gatos, and they're operating under West Valley Collection Recycling LLC. They service a portion of the city of San Jose through the Green Team San Jose. They service the city of Red Bluff through Green Team Hama, and they also service the city of San Luis Obispo through San Luis Garbage Company. Waste Connections is a publicly traded company, and upon approval of this proposed transaction, MSI will continue to operate with the same personnel that we have today, same vehicles that we have today, same equipment, and same facilities. Waste Connections is not recommending any changes as part of this contract as part of this assignment. Next slide. Now, city staff, with information from council members over the years and hearing residents' desires over the years, made some requests to Waste Connections and MSI as part of this reassignment. And what we'll go through here is some key changes that we're looking to make to the contract, which Waste Connections has agreed to take on at no cost to the residents. This is equivalent of a 2.2% rate increase, which will be fully absorbed as part of this process, or $481,000 a year. And this will be covered for the next 3 years at no cost to our residents. These items include 6 dumpster days. If you recall, council approved 4 dumpster days included as part of our operating budget for last year, but there was a desire to do more. So under this assignment and an amendment to the contract, it would include 6 dumpster days for the city. We'll also make changes to the bulky item pickup program, increasing that number from 1 bulky item per appointment down to up to 3 items per pickup. The voucher program, which we did a pilot for last fiscal year, will become a permanent part of the contract. Another thing that we also heard from residents was this need for cutting up the cardboard boxes and putting into those bins. Well, we had residents really looking to say, hey, we should just be able to flatten those and put them on the side of our carts. So that would become part of the contract with what we're doing here. We also had residents who purchased the higher level of the split carts, looking for an alternative because they had a lot more food scraps, a lot more garbage to deal with. They want an alternative to the split cart. So we also are introducing an alternative to the split cart system as well. Then a big item here, which we have for street sweeping, realigning the total miles. So the total miles that we have in the contract was less than what we actually have in our city. So this amendment here would do a realignment of those miles so we get all of our city streets swept accordingly. In addition, one of the things that we're really looking to try to address is illegal dumping in the city. And as part of this reassignment and amendment to the contract, MSI agreed to pay an additional $150,000 to the city, which could be used for staff time to address illegal dumping and neighborhood cleanups, so the overtime that we use for neighborhood cleanups. Next slide. So in all, what we're looking at is up to $2.2 million in savings to ratepayers over the next 3 years. There's no rate increase at all to ratepayers as part of this assignment, nor would we see a rate increase to residents as part of this amendment that we are looking to put in place. MSI agreed to absorb up to over $480,000 per year, which equates to about $1.4 million over the next 3 years. In addition to that, we also have the $250,000 non-refundable deposit that was made with us, and we spent maybe about $50,000 of that right now. So the remainder of those dollars would remain with the city. And then, like I mentioned in previous slides, 2% of the gross receipts is payable to the city upon reassignment of the contract, and that's $400,000. In addition to that, we also have the $150,000 commitment that's been made, which can be used directly for addressing illegal dumping in the city. So when you total all those together, we're looking at $2.2 million in savings to our ratepayers over the next 3 years, which really go towards addressing some key contract items that what folks are really looking for. They've spoken to us directly, spoken through our council members. We've heard those things, and we fought really hard to get those into this amendment, in addition to addressing the reassignment of the contract. Next slide. So again, as we kind of close out here, the recommendation is for council to approve and execute the assignment consent, and also approve the Fourth Amendment to the franchise agreement, which will then incorporate the changes and modification of services that we have presented today. And I'm standby here to answer questions, along with Elaine Marshall, whose team runs the solid waste program, and Scott Hannon, who's with R3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tony and Elaine. I really appreciate the work in your department with our waste business here in town for our valued customers, door by door. Let's go to public comment. Item number 17, public comment. I'll go to the chamber. No one else in the chamber from the public tonight. Where's Mr. Montemayor? I'm gonna have to give him a call. It was his birthday recently, and so perhaps he's on a perhaps he's doing his birthday, I think, tonight. But happy birthday, Commissioner Montemayor. Missing your comments, sir. Okay, no public comments here in the chamber. We'll go to the virtual chamber on the Zoom attendees. Virtual raised hands for item number 17, folks. Item number 17, if you're with us on the Zoom platform, folks tuning in on YouTube or Facebook to engage with us, there is a Zoom link on the city website, city council meeting agenda. So if you would like to participate now or tomorrow into the future, you'll know now the Zoom link is on the city website agenda, meeting agenda. So, and however, if you're with us tonight, one of our attendees on Zoom, I see you. Raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. We'll get your public comment in there. Okay, no virtual hands seen. Going once, going twice. That's it. Okay, back to the council. I'm not sold respectfully on Waste Connections. I actually want to share with our community who have made their voices heard since really 2016 with the results that we've had with MSI folks. It just hasn't been great. And even the folks who voted on Measure L at the time have changed their opinion. Myself being one, admittedly so. I wish I can go back in time and change my Measure L vote, but that was what I was aware of at the time. But you know, I always hear the voices of our residents, and residents today aren't happy with the waste collection. I won't say any names. And I want to take this moment tonight to pivot the opposite way from executing the assignment and consent and Fourth Amendment to the franchise agreement, and everything in the item. I would like for the council tonight or at a later meeting to explore a competitive process to see if we can get a different waste collection business here in our town for various reasons, in no particular order. One being the quality of the service, two being the fiscal impact and the potential cost savings to our customers, which are the Milpitas families, residents, homes, among other things too. I see concessions. I do appreciate the concessions that are in the presentation, but I think we can get more. Perhaps somewhere out there, there's free dump days. Somewhere out there, we'll need to explore that possibility. So I hope the council will take into account the community feedback about MSI, about the current waste collector, and explore every opportunity to open up a competition for the service. let me check in with our Director of Public Works. Is it possible for the public's benefit to explore other options here going forward?
Mayor, thank you for that question, and I will actually try to defer that to our city attorney. But yeah, let me defer it to our city attorney.
Okay, we'll go to our deputy city. Pardon me, city attorney. You said. I'm sorry. Let me disregard. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. The item that's before you tonight is to accept or reject the assignment. There's also the Fourth Amendment, which is a separate document, which includes the concessions that you just mentioned. If the council is not inclined to approve the assignment this evening or at all, what you may want to do is defer this action to a future meeting to see if any questions that you need answered can be answered, or more information can be brought forward to you at a future agenda item.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I know I've met with city staff to have a deeper dive into the decision-making for this item. And so tonight, I actually will conclude my statements here and just respectfully reject this one to explore other options. I'll go to my council colleagues for any comment. Okay, next up we have Council Member Fan.
I actually agree with you, Mr. Mayor, on this. Yeah, I think residents have spoken. I think it's been pretty clear the discontent and the need for something new. So I am with you on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, we do have a long list of things with collaboration, just like each council member. So I appreciate that acknowledgement. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also agree with you on this. I think that you definitely raised some very valid points. Our community has spoken, and I definitely thank you for your leadership on this one, because I do believe that it's time for us to explore something different and see what else is out there, and definitely give a fair process and a competitive bid. Personally, I was not on that council, and so I would like the opportunity to be on the council to explore what's out there, what's best for our families. So I completely agree with you on this one. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all independent leaders, but together anything is possible. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I do agree with everyone, Councilmember Dominguez, Councilmember Fan, and also Mayor Tran. My question is to our legal team, to Chris. Chris?
Yes, Councilmember Chua.
Can we do this? Is there a provision in the contract between MSI and the city that if they do sell or whatever, give their contract to somebody else, that we, as a city, we have the option to go out there and do RFPs?
So thank you, Councilmember Chua. So just wanting to walk the council through what the request is tonight. Again, it's the request for an assignment and a potential Fourth Amendment for concessions. One of the things with an assignment is you have discretion to accept or reject that assignment with or without cause, and that's explicitly stated within the franchise agreement. Now, if you were to reject the assignment, at that point, MSI would need to decide what to do, whether they would continue to provide the services or whether they would want to do something different. Under the terms of the franchise agreement, it is an event of default if they were to assign the contract without the city's consent. If that was to occur, then with an event of default, that starts the termination provisions within the agreement. But again, they would need to take action first to assign the contract without the city's consent. If they were to do that, there's an opportunity for cure under the terms of the franchise agreement. So we as city would need to give them notice of the event of default. So again, if they were to assign without the city's consent, that would be considered an event of default. We would send correspondence to MSI to inform them of the notice, basically of the event of default. They have an opportunity to cure that event of default under the terms of the contract. So we do have to allow them a certain time period to cure that. If they were to come back and basically not assign the contract and continue to provide services, then the city would need to continue to abide by the terms of the franchise agreement.
Is there a potential for a legal lawsuit from them if we don't assign the if we defaulted? Are we open for any lawsuits? That's what I'm concerned about.
No, thank you, Councilmember Chua. So if you were to say no to the assignment, again, my reading of the franchise agreement is that you have full discretion with or without cause to accept or reject the assignment. So if you were to reject it, I think you're within the bounds of the franchise agreement to go ahead and do so. The only open question is what MSI will do in response. Merely rejecting the assignment is not considered an event of default. It would not lead to a termination of the agreement. But if MSI was to assign the contract without the city's consent, that is defined as an event of default under the agreement, and it would start the termination provisions in play in the agreement.
Okay, so thank you, Chris. So I have a question to Director Tony. So are we prepared if we do not make the assignment? And are we prepared? Do we have plans if they do continue to give us service, and if they don't do service for us, do we have plans for either one? The first one is easy, but the second one is when they don't provide the service.
Yeah, so if the decision is to not do the assignment, we would still have to then continue to work with MSI to have them work through the contract as it is. We still have the question on the table right now, which is still what to do with the amendment number 4, which are all of the contract enhancements that we're looking to put in place. So council will need to make a decision tonight as well on deciding whether we continue to bring those forward to MSI, which at that point, it would then result in the rate increase, or if we wanted to defer those enhancements that we brought forward. So there's still that question of how to address the amendment number 4 items and those costs.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Chua and council members and the mayor, I would just also point out that the agreement between MSI for those enhancements was made on condition of the assignment by the end of this calendar year. So we would have to renegotiate any of those service enhancements if the council chooses not to approve the assignment.
Okay, thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Really great questions, actually, from a different perspective and angle, Councilmember True. I appreciate it. Our Director of Public Works, Tony, did you want to?
No, that was actually me, Mayor.
Oh, that was Chris. Okay, I thought I was I heard something. So, Chris, I'm sorry, Tony. Chris.
Yeah, one option I think for the council tonight, because I am hearing somewhat of a consensus about not wanting to approve the assignment this evening, is you could defer action on this item. We could talk with MSI about clearly where the council is going in terms of direction and see if there's any opportunity there to discuss where we go from here.
Thank you, Chris. No, absolutely. No, I definitely want to check all our options. Tonight, I'm in favor still of rejecting. Now, next up with the request of the microphone, someone that was here on the council when the waste collection item was discussed and voted on, the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That was 2016, and I recall Debbie Giordano and I were the only ones that voted against it because, Republic Services has been in Milpitas for many, many years, and they did have free dump days. It did actually we were kind of spoiled because we did have a lot of we could pile up more trash on top of your bins. There's a lot more perks that went with that, and they were like a Republic Services was like part of the Milpitas family. But that's how it goes when you have you just have other three to two. So so with this one, questions are, so MSI right now, they're being bought by this company called, what was
Waste
the name
Connection.
of that company?
Waste Connection.
What was the name of the company, Elaine?
Waste Connections.
Waste Connections. And Waste Connections, does that mean that the contract changes? And we have a contract, I think we have like 14 years left.
We have about 10 years left on the contract. The the MSI itself would still exist. So you would still, when you're walking around the city or seeing the cars drive through, it would still say Milpitas Sanitation. The employees and everyone that's in there would still be the same. The only thing that would change is essentially the parent company, for lack of a better word. But everything on the surface would look exactly the same.
Exactly the same, or you mentioned some enhancements.
So the enhancements are services that we, with kind of hearing through council members and hearing through residents, recognize that these are things that residents want to see to make our collection service better. So we took this opportunity to bring those forward and get those added into the contract, which we did. And that's what we presented today, which is MSI agreeing to absorb the cost of those enhancements for a 3-year period at about $1.4 million. And then when you add in the other items, it took us to $2.2 million of savings to residents over a 3-year period.
Oh, you mentioned 3-year period, but what about, but we still have a contract with them for 10 years.
Right. So the way our contract is set up is that we go through cycles of doing rate reviews. So we do a full rate review on a 3 or 4 year cycle. So that 3-year period would have been the time where we would do a full rate review, and then we'll look at those costs at that time.
Okay. And so it seems to me that if, what I'm really looking at is that it doesn't increase the rates for our residents. And if we don't go this route, which is, we still got 10 years, there probably be a possibility of a rate increase. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, what we're saying is that if we choose not to do the assignment, that's of course council's choice to do that. But as staff, we would still look to get direction from council on what to do with the service enhancements, which need to be incorporated as part of the contract through an amendment. So that's why you have that item on the table. So without the approval of the assignment, the enhanced services that we're looking to add would then come at a cost to the residents, because MSI's agreement to absorb those costs were based on the understanding that the assignment of the agreement would take place. So essentially, you're looking at about a 2.2% increase, or a little higher, in order to get those enhanced services that we are looking to put in place for the residents.
Yeah. I'm going to have to disagree with my colleagues, because this is, irregardless, it's for 10 years. And the bottom line is, I just don't want any rate increases. And I still want to keep those enhancements of the dumpster days, of the cleanups, because ultimately we have to pay for it. But they're willing, MSI now with Connections is willing to pay for it. So these are the negotiations that you made with them. And I'm going to have to just say no to that one, because I really feel that it's going to impact us, the residents, at the end of the day. And it goes to 3 cycles, and every 3 years we can review that. But right now, no rate increases. So, and plus we get enhancements, and plus it's, regardless, it's still 10-year contract. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I appreciate your viewpoint, Vice Mayor Montano. I think the contract's the contract, and in the contract, whether it's whether it's Waste Connections or MSI, whoever, it's the contract, and I think the rate increase will happen regardless. Now, I think a question this council can consider is, if the contract and waste collection service doesn't go to Waste Connections, then what is MSI going to do? I don't know. I can't speak for them. Maybe they'll call other companies, perhaps Republic. I don't think Waste Connections does free dump days, but there are other businesses that MSI can shop the contract, the fleet, the personnel, the waste collection to. And I dare reject this item tonight so that we can see if MSI will work with other local waste collectors outside of Waste Connections. Perhaps they will work with a waste collector that may offer 3 times as much benefits while also keeping the rates low. Let's go to the Vice Mayor.
So I really appreciate your thoughts and your comments. So going back to staff, Tony or Elaine or both. So from the mayor's comments, what are your thoughts on that? Do you feel that, because he did mention that irregardless of there are going to be rate increases in the future, and if that's the case, then it doesn't really, it's a moot point. So, and then also, well, does MSI have that option to look around and shop around for another local contractor?
Yeah, Vice Mayor and Mayor, I think these are a lot of scenarios that can be played out. And so I won't shoot down any option. I think I'll just speak to what's in front of us. And what's in front of us is MSI was approached or made their decisions at that moment and they connected who they connected with, which is Waste Connections. And we evaluated Waste Connections based on who was brought to us. Now, if there's more deals to be done on the side, we can't speak to that because that's not the information that was presented to us. But going back to just for the specific with this item here, if the decision is made to not move on with the assignment, I think from staff's perspective, we're still just looking to get some direction from council on what to do with the services that our community is spoken to and they need. How do we want to address those? And that's what's on amendment number 4 as part of this agreement here. How do we want to address those? MSI could look at this and say, okay, if council says no, we'll just continue to operate as it is, which will continue to operate under the same service level that we currently have. And if they can make it work for the next 10 years, then they'll make it work for the next 10 years. But I can't speculate on what else is out there. I just know that what we have in front of us is what was presented from MSI. And we have 2 things. One is the assignment of contract, which council needs to address. And then the other is what to do with the amendment number 4 to bring in those services to the city.
I think, Tony, what we probably would be doing right now is run through the pilots, complete those pilots, which are some of which are still underway. Like the one for the bulky items, it would have to still do through the ARPA funds. And then come back to the council and say, here's the results of the pilots, here's what we're seeing, and here's what we could propose as a permanent program. Would that be correct?
That is part of it, Walter. So the pilot would be a 2, I think we have it as a 2-3 month program, and then we would be done.
We definitely do that. And council, if I may say, we have 4 neighbor cleanups funded through the general fund. If the council desires to increase it to 6, it will be a budget decision as part of budget development 22-23. And then we can also decide get through the budget process, get direction from the council whether we should ask the ratepayers to pay for those pilots, or we should the general fund, or not continue with the pilots. But maybe at that time, as the mayor was indicating, MSI could have the possibility in the room to come up with a different proposal to the city. That's obviously a business-to-business relationship between them and the future partner, and then we can weigh in at the time as well.
So let's say that if we don't move forward with this, does that mean that, and they run into some problems? Because obviously the reason why someone else is taking them over is because maybe financial. I mean, I'm just assuming, making assumptions here. But what about, does that affect service to our residents? Let's say that they don't have the funding to continue. Who's going to pick up the trash?
Well, if MSI does not provide the services as required under the contract, it will be in default. They have 10 days to cure after receiving a default letter from the city. And then thereafter, we would have to bring in emergency contractor. That's what the contract provides for, but hopefully that's not the case.
And so will there be some legal parameters there? I mean, if they don't fulfill
The
their
contract
obligations?
spells out the service they have to provide.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that clarifies a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
let us always, um, we cannot be remiss. MSI is owned by a larger entity, Garden City. Okay, great. Now we do have public comment. I do want to take the public comment here. Let's go to Kent Kennedy on the Zoom virtual raised hand. Kent Kenny. And 90 seconds, please. Hey, Ken, are you there? With the virtual raised hand, we have Kent Kenny on the Zoom. Yes. Looks like you'll be on in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, this is Kent Kenny. I'm the CFO with Milpitas Sanitation. And some of the comments made, I just want to hopefully correct or give some insight into the likelihood of another suitor for this contract is very unlikely. We've already vetted who would be interested in this contract and who would be a good fit from our perspectives, and that's Waste Connections. Another issue as far as being, that we're owned by a larger company. We're an independent. We're gonna honor the contract. As Elaine said, the Fourth Amendment is contingent upon assignment of the contract. And we felt that that'd be the best option for the city in the future would be to assign the contract to Waste Connections, being that it's publicly held and all that. We were hoping to get the assignment and thought that they would be the best fit. I'm not sure if there's any other questions you have for me. But we're going to suggest and recommend that you do the assignment and see if there's any other options at that point. But as far as other suitors are going to other large companies, that's probably not going to be an option, and the opportunity will go by the wayside.
Hey, Rich, can we ask you a question while you're here? Stay with us. Perhaps you can shed some light on the reasoning behind MSI's exit from our city.
Well, I think part of it has more to do with the partnership. We have people that are retired or retiring, and they felt it was the best time. We've enjoyed serving the city, but we do have individuals that are in the process of retiring or being retired, and felt it was the right move to best provide service to the city.
Okay, great. Thanks. Let's go to Paul Nelson up next. Paul Nelson, you're up next here. We'll get your microphone. We see your virtual raised hand. And 3, 2, 1. Welcome, Paul Nelson.
Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Let's see, I'm Paul Nelson. I'm the Market Area Manager for Waste Connections in the Bay Area Division. As a matter of history, in 2003, I worked for an independent company, Green Team of San Jose. Waste Connections bought our company in 2003. I've been employed there since that point in time. As a matter of fact, we just recently received an extension to our contract there in City of San Jose to 2036. I'm proud to say that, some of the report that I read in the report mentioned that, they still view it as a locally managed company, even though we work for a much larger company. I've been involved in managing both Green Team of San Jose as well as West Valley Collection and Recycling since 2007. And, I just think, it's a great opportunity for us to continue that personal relationships that we have with those communities and extend it here in Milpitas. So, I quite honestly am excited about, an assignment of this contract and look forward to working with all of you folks. I mean, that's really my perspective on this.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate your comments and thanks for joining us tonight here in the city of Milpitas. I want to bring the discussion back up to the council here. Do a time check, 10:18. And I'm building on competition. And tonight we have like one option, and I'd like to reject this as one vote tonight. Perhaps we'll see this option we have tonight back at a future date, perhaps. But I'd like to explore all my options, like I always do. I want to see as many options as possible based on the agreement that we have, the franchise agreement. And so tonight I'll be rejecting this and asking staff to explore all our options. I need competition. And our residents and customers win when we have competition, and we should always compete. So I stay true to my position. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to point out that this open bid that we're going to try to do, I think, it does not preclude MSI or MSI / the Waste Connections to bid as well. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And let's focus on tonight. And we'll get to tomorrow as it comes with the sunrise. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for the previous speaker. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Did you mention that you vetted different agencies? Can you name who those agencies were?
And we have Kenny back. Welcome. Yes.
We looked at all the major players, the large corporate entities. I don't want to get into names so much, but we looked at the large companies, felt that the institutional nature of those entities would not be a great fit. We were also concerned about, the employees, the administration, and making sure that our employees had a home. And on another note, I want to point out, there seems to be a perception that you'll be able to put this contract back out to bid, and that's just not the case. You would have to have an element of default, which MSI is not in default of any element of the contract. And so therefore, if there's no assignment, like I said before, it's unlikely any other suitor is going to come along that would be suitable for the contract and be a fit for both us and for the city of Milpitas. So I don't see an open bid process being viable. And I think your city attorney can speak to that as well.
Yeah, no need. We know what the rules are, and we're going to play by the rules. But tonight, we have an item before us, and we're going to use the rules to make a decision. So we'll save that. We understand. Okay. Let's go to the council. If not, we can go to a vote or actually a no vote. Either way, I think we should have a vote actually. So let's go to the vote. I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion. Well, I don't want to make the motion. I'm not going to be voting yes on it. So is there a motion for item number 17? Let's go to Council Member Fan.
I'll make the motion to reject it.
Okay, I second that motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Fan to reject it. Thank you. And a second from myself. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
To reject. Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain on this because I feel that there's still, there's some questions that are, there's still some clarifications from staff that I'd like, so, but yeah, I'm going to abstain on this. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll vote aye. And the motion to reject for item number 17, the motion carries. Okay, great. And I do want to put my good faith out there to our partners at MSI. It certainly has been a very, it's been a very 4 years, 5 years, and we will see where our future takes us. So let's have a meeting or something. All right, moving on here. Time check. It's 10:23. Community Development number 18, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. Haven't said that in a while. Workforce Development Programming, and we have from our Economic Development Department, our director, Alex Andrade. Let's get it.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and City Council. Eddie Trong, our Economic Development Specialist, and I are here tonight to discuss ARPA workforce development initiatives with the goals of rebuilding the local economy and helping residents return to the workforce with quality employment opportunities. Improving the skills, knowledge, and credentials of Milpitas workers is critical to economic stability, growth, and overall competitiveness. Today, we're hearing more and more about the Great Resignation, labor shortage, and increasing quit rates, which affect our business community. So these workforce development conversations are absolutely critical. Staff has been before the City Council multiple times in the past few months to discuss how best to utilize important ARPA dollars in workforce development initiatives. After several weeks of extensive stakeholder outreach, staff will present tonight cost-effective and high-impact economic mobility recommendations to meet as many City Council-directed priorities as possible. We look forward to strengthening relationships with various community-based organizations, MUSD, Evergreen Valley College to promote quality employment opportunities. Tonight's ARPA workforce development considerations allow staff to implement the city's adopted economic development strategy and funding for various workforce development and education programs, which will help prepare residents for future jobs. In case you have any questions about specific programs, we are joined tonight by Wendy Mahaney-Garuhu of First 5 Santa Clara County, also Dr. Moni Dickerson of Evergreen Valley College. We did have Wells Brown of Rising Sun Center for Opportunity. He is in the East Coast tonight, so I think he has signed off. I say that my name is Alex Andrade, Director of Economic Development. I'm now going to hand it over to Mr. Trong for the ARPA workforce development presentation. Thank you.
Mayor Tran, before Eddie Trong begins to speak, I just wanted to address a conflict of interest question that I understood arose at your last meeting when this topic was discussed. My understanding is that Vice Mayor Montano does sit as a commissioner for First 5. We did look at the issue because her seat as a council member as well as the seat on First 5 are both government positions. There is no conflict of interest. It's a non-interest under Government Code Section 1090. We just want to note for the record that she is a member of First 5, but it is not a conflict of interest and she is free to participate in the item this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Eddie, go ahead. If we can get the presentation on the screen, and there it is.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and Council Members Chua, Dominguez, and Fan. My name is Eddie Trong, Economic Development Specialist, and it is an honor to be serving the great city of Milpitas to implement ARPA economic vitality projects. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. The purpose of the ARPA workforce development programming is to address the negative economic impacts of the COVID-19 public health emergency through City Council directed priorities and guidelines. On November 2nd, the City Council gave direction to staff to prioritize workforce programming to uplift specific populations and to target specific industry sectors. On November 2nd, the motion included finding support systems for at-risk youth and adult, green, clean, and sustainable jobs, a childcare workforce, and to partner with an unhoused population on community beautification. In addition, staff proactively outreached and made an effort to prioritize programming for low-income youth and adults, to promote recruitment for internal city departments such as public works and public safety dispatchers, to find industry alignment with the city's economic development strategy, such as advanced manufacturing and more, pathways for careers, as well as mentorships. Next slide, please. Based on ARPA federal guidelines, staff is recommending that we treat the nonprofit organizations listed in the grant recommendations as ARPA beneficiaries. This process allows us to expedite funding for local nonprofits without a federal requirement to conduct a comprehensive public bid or an RFP process. This would mean that ARPA funds can be deployed much more quickly to benefit our community. Staff acknowledges that the community is suffering from the detrimental impacts of COVID-19. Thus, we have worked expediently to identify nonprofit organizations that were working proactively to uplift Milpitas residents of the highest need. This beneficiary definition will allow us to provide local relief options as quickly as possible. And because we are proceeding with this federal definition, I want to note that the city may establish guidelines and eligibility criteria for ARPA beneficiaries, but we may not direct programming for any specific purpose or determine how funding may be spent. Next slide, please. Staff attempted contact with 20 nonprofit organizations, businesses, and city departments to identify workforce beneficiaries that meet the criteria established by the City Council. In addition, we had over 30 scheduled meetings with those stakeholders mentioned before, during which we learned that we needed to deploy more ARPA funding earlier to have more of an impact in the workforce development ecosystem and to meet more City Council directed priorities. During this exercise, it was determined that a number of beneficiaries would be needed to achieve these priorities through a combination of cost-effective and high-impact investments to uplift low-income Milpitas residents. Next slide, please. I want to start with the first beneficiary, which is Milpitas Youth Force. Staff began preliminary research by surveying internal city department needs based on feedback from the City Council. After discussions with various department heads, it was determined that Milpitas Youth Force is a community service program that can build a workforce pipeline into city careers, such as public works and departments like the Department of Building, Safety and Housing, and into private sector industries such as advanced manufacturing. ARPA funding could be used to reinstate the low-income youth's hourly wage at $15.65 an hour, which is important from an equity lens to allow greater participation from people of color and under-resourced youth. You may recall that this program is going on to 2 years. Last year, the program participants did not receive hourly wage. So this is actually a particularly significant investment. In addition, program participants receive additional wraparound services to help prepare them for the workforce. Finally, this funding recommendation would achieve 5 City Council priorities that you can see at the bottom of the slide. In particular, I would like to direct your attention to build on the success of Manufacturing Day, which includes the Milpitas Unified School District as a key partner. Staff is in active dialogue with manufacturing employers, Onanon and Headway Technologies to build out this workforce pipeline and to secure more industry engagement and employer buy-in for this program. Additionally, this program can help fulfill the city's MOU obligations with the MUSD Alliance Partners for Future Ready Learners, which is meant to increase employment opportunities for Milpitas residents. Next slide, please. The next beneficiary I would like to bring to your attention is Evergreen Valley College, which has launched the Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner Program to prepare students for jobs in one of the fastest growing and highest paying areas in the technology field, cloud computing. The program promotes the transferability and adaptability of skills development by preparing students to access jobs in cloud computing, emerging technologies, and clean tech. Staff is recommending that $50,000 of ARPA funding would be used to assist 60 Milpitas residents to achieve an industry-recognized certification for skills enhancement. EVC, Evergreen Valley College, will coordinate the wraparound services, which includes direct academic counselors, industry connection mentors, food assistance programs, emergency grant vouchers, as well as laptop and textbook assistance. I also want to note that staff has been proactively engaged in conversations with Amazon and Amazon Web Services to identify an employer partner to support the cloud practitioner program. While we have not solidified a formal partnership as of yet, we are hopeful that the ongoing dialogue will enhance the community benefits provided by the proposed ARPA grant and to increase the ROI on this workforce program. This program would achieve 4 City Council priorities as noted on the slide. In particular, I want to point to your attention the green, clean, and sustainable jobs component, as well as the mentorship component. Next slide, please. An investment in childcare is an investment in infrastructure, much like roads, bridges, and the electrical grid. Investing in our childcare infrastructure is critical to our local and regional economic recovery. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, childcare challenges affect parents' participation in the workforce. They also affect the employer's ability to recruit and retain skilled workers, and it also impacts state and regional economies. Staff is recommending that the third ARPA beneficiary will be First 5 Santa Clara County, so that they may launch a pilot early ECE teacher apprenticeship program in the fall of 2022. If the City Council approves staff's recommended grant of $40,000, the City of Milpitas will be the first mover to invest in this pilot teacher apprenticeship program. This is particularly exciting because we can help not only this program launch, but also to help solidify support from other funders to invest in our childcare infrastructure and ultimately in our economic recovery. The $40,000 would partially subsidize a Milpitas resident's cost to participate in the program. The subsidy could potentially cover college tuition, textbooks, laptops, transportation assistance, and more. And of course, finally, the program would achieve 2 City Council directed priorities as noted on the slide. Next slide, please. The fourth ARPA beneficiary is Rising Sun Center for Opportunity, a nonprofit organization that operates a youth program known as Climate Careers, which is a 2-part youth empowerment program that addresses climate change by employing youth to provide energy efficiency services to residential households. The program is funded by the California Public Utilities Commission and other external partners. Staff is recommending a $10,000 ARPA investment to expand a climate resiliency externship program that may be coordinated with the city's climate action plan. If this recommendation is approved by the City Council, Milpitas may benefit from the Climate Careers Program, which is fully funded by external sources, and the sequential externship program. This program would also achieve 3 City Council directed priorities, and I want to point to your attention the fact that it would amplify the city's climate action plan. Next slide, please. The final ARPA beneficiary is Build a Green, which operates the Certified Green Building Professional Training Program and could provide training for up to 25 low-income Milpitas residents to access high-wage jobs. This program would achieve 3 City Council priorities in the low-income youth and adult space, as well as introductions to new career pathways, green, clean, and sustainable jobs, and would also enhance the city's climate action plan. I do want to note that this is an online program, which also makes it much more accessible and easier for us to implement as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment to address the unhoused workforce programming piece. Based on City Council direction to explore unhoused workforce programs, specifically in community beautification, staff contacted the Department of Public Works to start the dialogue. We learned that the department has seasonal employment opportunities for litter abatement and community beautification, and it was also suggested that we contacted Do All Safety as a potential ARPA beneficiary. Staff also proactively reached out to Goodwill Silicon Valley and city team. We learned that Do All provides a significant number of safety training services and primarily for public works employees. Goodwill Silicon Valley provided a model, which is Bridge San Jose, which is estimated to cost in the range of $16,000 to $20,000 per month to launch the program. Staff also proactively reached out to the city team as another beneficiary for their work in homeless resources, economic empowerment, housing and restorative programs, as well as community beautification. Some of the key takeaways from these conversations was that these organizations would need to develop a completely new program for Milpitas, for which we do not know what the true startup costs are. The costs and schedules for these programmings are not currently known, and some organizations simply do not have experience providing training services to the unhoused population. Should the City Council desire for us to conduct additional due diligence, staff is ready and prepared to certainly do so. Next slide, please. In terms of the next steps, this is a summary of the previous slides that we have previously shared with you. You'll see that in this slide, you'll see the 5 recommended ARPA beneficiaries, along with the proposed cost and a schedule for the next calendar year in 2022. Most of these programs will be launched either Q2 or Q3 of next year, and some programs will be launched in the later part of the year, such as Q4. And also a summary of how each of the programs will achieve City Council directed priorities as provided on the November 2nd meeting. Staff will return to the City Council with a programmatic update on the outcomes for each of the programs that we have recommended. And in addition, we will also make recommendations for the next round of ARPA grant funding in the amount of $150,000. Next slide, please. And so with this recommendation, for the City Council to consider is to approve ARPA workforce development funding to be deployed at $150,000 annually for 2 years. The second recommendation is to approve the ARPA workforce development grants for the beneficiary noted above in the amount of $150,000, $40,000 to Milpitas Youth Force, $50,000 to Evergreen Valley College for the Amazon Cloud Practitioner Program, $40,000 to First 5 Santa Clara County for their pilot teacher apprenticeship program, and $20,000 in grants to be divided between Rising Sun and Build a Green. The third recommendation is to give direction to staff for City Council consideration of the remaining $150,000 for additional ARPA beneficiary grants by summer of next year. And with that concludes my presentation. Staff is ready to answer any questions that the council may have.
Can you tell me more about the Evergreen Valley College program and how that will be a little more in detail about how that'll benefit our Milpitas community?
I would like to give the first opportunity for Dr. Dickerson to address the question. And I also have some backup information that we can certainly provide for you, Mayor.
Good evening, Councilman. Thank you for the opportunity to be this partner with the City of Milpitas Economic. So the benefits of the Amazon Cloud Practitioner, this is a software that not only Amazon just use, it's actually a transferable software knowledge that is in all industry partners. So it crosses all industry sectors, specifically for the green and next innovation of green, whether it's the Tesla cars or building for energy efficiency. There's a next iteration of the technology that Amazon has built for Cloud Practitioner. So the benefits of this residents in Milpitas is that they are building transferable skills that will propel them for the next future job workforce. And it's a sustainable future job workforce for high wage and high demand occupation. So I know we talked to Eddie that Amazon is looking for at Milpitas as a possible site, but Amazon is not just for Amazon. It's every business industry you talk about, it uses the Amazon cloud software. So it's very beneficial to those who are low income to have a sustainable skill set for long-term employment for high paid, high wage occupations within the area. And the other benefit is that having Evergreen Valley College, the students don't just stop there. They can either continue on with Evergreen partnership with other industries as an apprentice model or an internship model with IT, but also if they wanted to, we have just fully established our AS degree in computer science. So if any of the 60 students that we will pilot with for the City of Milpitas, who are City of Milpitas residents, those are the two main benefits. One is the long-term sustainability of employment in a high demand, high wage occupation. Second, the long-term education benefits of being at Evergreen Valley College and getting not just a certificate, but AS degrees for computer science or computer information technology. So those are the two key, but mostly it's an industry that is in high demand in next iteration. And anybody who gets this practitioner skill, pretty much council members, is on a trajectory for long-term employment and localizing their experience in Milpitas. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm a San Jose City College Jaguar. Is this a joint college district or is this exclusive to Evergreen Valley?
Well, we are a sister school, so we have our own, we try not to overlap. So, our sister school has the TechNet, which is more Microsoft. We are the designated as an Amazon Academy because we had to go through a couple of processes. So it's more for Evergreen Valley College, but we share that Milpitas extension site, and we will bring the program to the community versus the community trying to come to us. So we will look into the community centers using your space or a Milpitas extension to do the training and skills training.
Wonderful, great work. I have no further questions. Support is what I have for that. But yeah, great to see the youth force on there. Certainly something that I know Renee Lorenzen worked on my first year on the council, one of my requests. So to see it still going, even with ARPA, it's heartening. So next up, we have the vice mayor. We'll do a time check, 10:44, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the same line about Evergreen College, is this the, what was your name, Money Phone?
Yes.
Money Phone, is this the college, Evergreen College extension right there on Escuela?
Yeah, so we're part of the San Jose Evergreen Milpitas extension. So that the district, our San Jose Evergreen district owns that, yes, is that extension site, yes.
So that's where the concentration will be.
Well, mostly, yes. And we're looking to house, like, we're more moving towards a community-based model. If there's a local community center or church that we'll be willing to partner with to allow us to come train, because we know that we've learned in the past that bringing the course to the community and localizing it to the community is more optimal for and less stressful, and make focuses on the learning environment better for those, if they don't have to worry about getting the car and driving, even though Milpitas is next door, during traffic maybe 45 minutes to an hour, right? So to answer your question, yes, we will optimize our partnership facility and other facilities, community-based organization facilities as well.
Okay, it mentions here 16 units of courses. Is this what guarantee do we have that you are targeting the right students, low-income students?
Right, so we have test pilot several programs before, and so we currently work with City of Milpitas and the school board for dual enrollment. We are also a partner with this the school board to the advanced manufacturing. So there is a pipeline already that we had generated already. We know your students. We've known them since sophomore year. Actually, now they're coming to Evergreen Valley College or San Jose City College at their senior year as a dual enrollment. So our mission at Evergreen Valley College is very aligned to the board's mission in making sure low-income first-generation students get the opportunity. So we will be working with the economic Milpitas Economic Department to make sure we do what we call a first pager, get to know you of the participants. So we do a general information session first. And within that information session, we gather some data about the student's background.
So you said Milpitas Economic. Are you talking about Milpitas High School?
No, sorry, Milpitas City of Economics.
It's the Department of Economic Development. Yes.
It's us.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then, so you'll be working with Milpitas High School students and Calaveras continuation high school students?
Yes, and some will be from the adult school as well. We've worked with the adult Milpitas adult school as well.
Okay, and so what I mean, who do you work with at the high school?
We work with Cheryl. Is it Cheryl? Cheryl's the superintendent of the high school.
No, but who do you work with in, I'm
Well,
talking
then there's Cheryl, and then within there, there's the principal. So we work with the principal, and then within the principal, there is teachers who would be interested. So for example, we currently have the Flex Factor Netflix for advanced manufacturing dual enrollment. And we go to the high school principal, and then we engage the high school teachers who'd be interested in the model. So we have a pathway and model that we have practiced with the high schools in Milpitas.
Yeah, so I think maybe, connecting with the right folks. We have the African American clubs, we have the Latino clubs, we have the liaison, the mentors to those clubs, and then we also have a Latino liaison to the high school and the middle school. So, but forget about the middle schools. This is just high school. So yeah, maybe connecting with them. But I didn't. I guess what I'm also clarifying, I never recall us bringing up Evergreen College. So I don't know how that got in the list. And that'd probably be Alex that I would address that question to.
Evening, Vice Mayor, and thank you for that question. Yeah, when we were before the City Council on November 2nd, we shared a landscape of workforce development services, and you may remember it was 4 different categories that included at-risk and low-income youth as the first category. The second category was youth and adults. Then the third category was clean, green, and sustainable jobs. And then the fourth category was daycare workforce. So it was during that time that we started talking about clean, green, sustainable jobs. Our Public Works Department is moving ahead with the Climate Action Plan. We have been in conversations with Deputy Director Lane Marshall about how can the Office of Economic Development partner with Public Works as it relates to the Climate Action Plan. So this is a part of that conversation with emerging technologies and clean, green, sustainable jobs, ensuring that we can have programs that benefit low-income residents.
Okay, and then my last question is, you mentioned about Q1, Q2. What do you mean by that? Are you categorizing which ones are going to be served first?
Yeah,
So
Eddie,
Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, thank you for the question. Q1 is the first 3 months, the first quarter of 2022. So when we say Q2, we're talking about April to June. Q3 would be the next 3 months. Q4 would be the next 3 months after that.
Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Trung.
Of course.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, moving on here, 1051, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Ms. Dickerson, do you have this program, Amazon Cloud Practitioner Program, anywhere else than, obviously we don't have it in Milpitas. Do you have it someplace else?
No, Milpitas would be our first pilot to get the ready for the Amazon practitioner exam. So we have other programs that are computer information technology programs. So that's why the partnership is designated just for this project. So, but we have done experiences with other programs in advanced manufacturing and computer information technology, where we have the counselors and the recruitment and outreach to make sure the students are successful. So this would be our first full pilot of executing the Amazon Web Practitioner Program just for Milpitas, for the city of Milpitas.
So you don't have a track, in terms of this program, we don't have a track record of success or failure or whatever.
Well, we have a track record of success of any program that we, for example, our Tesla for the energy and green. So we have a full track record that 100% of them, we do a cohort model that they're employed. We currently have advanced manufacturing that we have worked with and we have currently 7 apprentices who went through the training that are fully employed with advanced manufacturing company in San Jose. And so we do have a track record of making programs successful.
How many did you say? One?
No,
One for the,
no, we have 4 successful. I oversee 20 programs in Evergreen Valley College, and each program has different designation of employer partners. So we have currently we have Tesla. We have graduated from the Tesla Start Green Electronics program. I think we're at 42 graduates right now, and we're just finishing our 8 cohort right now. And then in our advanced manufacturing, we have completed 24, and we're completed our 7 right now for the apprenticeship model.
I would think if this is such a good program, you would have some funding for it.
We do have funding for it. So $50,000 is actually just to initial support. So we have funding for to support the rest of the thing, like technology support, book support, our industry mentor to make sure they have a connection to get employment after they get the certification. We have a counselor to make sure they finish if anything happens. We have a very heavy safety net to wrap around service that everybody gets completed success rate. And then we also prepare them for the exam.
Have you quantified how much each student costs from selection to graduation to job?
Yeah, so it's usually, even for the instructor, it's $10,000 for the instructor alone. So if they're teaching 2 courses, actually the instructor is $12,853 without the benefits. So this is not cost for the instructor. This is a cost to just provide basic service to offset tuition. Really, that's really it. And our tuition is $42 a unit.
Okay. So the 50,000 on top of that, how much are you subsidizing this program?
80,000.
Pardon?
80,000 with a counselor.
Another 80,000, 130,000.
Yes.
For potential 60.
For 60 students, not potential. We will make sure you have 60 students.
60 Milpitas residents.
Yes.
Low income.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dickerson.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Next up, we
Mayor.
have Councilmember Fan.
I am actually, well, one, I want to say I'm incredibly impressed with the work that the economic development team has presented before us tonight. I found the presentation by Eddie to be incredibly informative, and really am proud of the work that we're going to be able to do, the services that we're going to be able to provide. Firstly, I want to say how excited I am about the opportunity for folks to get into the Amazon Cloud program and really learn those skills. I can't stress enough how important this industry is. Just a few days ago, the Amazon server, cloud server crashed. And along with it, it took down several industries. Several industries were disrupted, important services that all of us actually utilize. And I think that just really demonstrates the importance of this field and how much potential there is for it to grow. And it's so exciting that our youth are going to be able to explore this as a career option. I know it wasn't an option back then when folks were looking at opportunities, educational opportunities, career opportunities to pursue. It's a relatively new industry, and I think we're going to hear a lot more from it as we continue to expand on that track record of success. But I'm so excited that Milpitas is going to be the first to explore this. It's really distinct from other communities, and I think we're onto something there. I want to speak on my support for the Milpitas Youth Force. I think that's incredible. That folks are going to be spending 8 weeks in the summer and partnering up with city departments, partnering up with companies in the tech and advanced manufacturing. Eddie, would you be able to highlight some of the companies that we've been in conversations with about partnering?
Thank you, Councilmember. Our preliminary staff conversations have been focused on the advanced manufacturing space. We referenced 2 ongoing conversations with Onanon and Headway Technologies. In addition, we have prioritized internal city department recruitments, specifically from City Council feedback from November 2nd, to build a pipeline into careers, for example, into public works, as well as proactively identifying other city departments, such as the Department of Building, Safety, and Housing. I'll mention that in the from our conversations with the Department of Building, Safety, and Housing, there could be 2 administrative assistant positions that could potentially be filled, and that would create a career trajectory from permit technicians, working from the permit center to permit tech, even all the way up to building inspectors and beyond if additional certifications were achieved along the career journey. Now, of course, if council has additional feedback for other industries that staff should be proactively reaching out to, we're more than happy to accommodate and to do that outreach to make sure that we have a more comprehensive program that our low-income youth can benefit from.
That's amazing. And, I think the key word that you mentioned was pipeline. And it's so important that, we empower folks into that pipeline. I'm sure that, a lot of students would never dream to be in some of the, I guess, relatively obscure positions or fields. I don't think anybody in high school really dreams to be a public works director, but I don't know, maybe Tony did. But at the end of the day, having that pipeline, that mentorship really allows them that opportunity to see all the potential and explore their interests. So that's really awesome that we're doing that. And I really look forward to hearing back on the results of the program. I think all these programs really embody, I guess, why, at least for me, why I went into public service. And I think that right now, during this time of pandemic, a lot of folks are hungry, if you will. I'm using this as an analogy, one that I think maybe Mayor Tran might be able to appreciate. And when folks are hungry, we can give them food, which we have to a certain extent. We can give them resources, but we can also teach them how to fish. And then they won't be hungry again. And I think that a lot of the services, the programs that are here before us tonight really embodies that. And I'm excited that we're going to be empowering folks so that they get that sense of self-efficacy and really make it out there in today's global economy. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I look forward to hearing more, and I support the recommendations 100%.
And next we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First and foremost, I couldn't be more proud of our economic staff team. Mr. Trung, you did an amazing job presenting this information. And if I came back from New York last week, pumped up on numbers and data, data drives everything. What we're talking about, folks, is creating a pipeline and a pathway that could create and will be creating the next 24 million jobs in the nation. So I know that when you look at what that means for Milpitas, that means that we are going to be the front runners in innovation in building that pipeline, that pathway. to allow individuals that never saw themselves in these positions and be able to create that pathway that is so important to so many youth, which is being able to see somebody that looks like them and being able to see someone that lives and comes where they come from, be in these positions, and it's going to create upward mobility, creating a pathway for generations to come. That for me is exciting. COVID numbers show that particularly the biggest group that got hit during COVID, the numbers are starting to come out. It shows that 3 out of 5 women, particularly women of color, were the most impacted during COVID-19 due to childcare. They had to leave their jobs. We're not talking about entry, we are talking about jobs all over the spectrum. So that is creating a new mindset, a mindset where people are really thinking, what makes me happy? And it's for many moms out there, or for many females, head of households, is we do what we can for our families. That's what we think when we go, what are we going to go and work extra hard for? It's for our family unit. So when I see these numbers, I am ecstatic about this. I really do thank all of you for creating the vision that has been in the conversation here on this dais, as well as some of the commissioners, the Economic and Trade Commission. I can't thank them enough. But I think it's really important that we're going to be able to have a narrative based on data, thanks to the partnerships that we are creating, and hopefully get more funding to get more partnerships. And I want to thank Amazon and all of our partners, because for me, that's really where it's at. It's the investment that you're making into Milpitas. I want to say, and I'll be honest, I'm always honest. This is the first time I'm extremely ecstatic to see Amazon's name. I really, this has changed my perspective. Yes, you have helped us on other aspects, but I'm always questioning it. This one right here really shows the commitment that you have to our city, that you're investing into our community, our residents, our youth. And so thank you to our partners for doing that, because I know that this is not a cost-efficient program. You guys are putting funding into this. I know that. And so thank you very much for creating that pathway and that pipeline. In terms of direction for those extra 150,000, couple extra numbers that are coming out is that the second most impacted group during COVID were our seniors. And these are the seniors that maybe did not have the capability to learn how to use Zoom, and who didn't have access to the internet, to broadband. And so what I would request for staff is maybe looking into building partnerships that are going to target our senior population, or older 50. The data shows it's older than 50. And what's happening is folks are not old enough to retire, but they're not making enough money to live in places like Silicon Valley. It's actually happened to people like me. I turned 40 in January, and I am really thinking about changing pathways. And so I think it's really important for us to go back. Sorry, I thought there was a discussion on the dais. I didn't want to miss it. I think it's really important for us to keep in mind our seniors, and maybe creating a pathway and a program that's intentional for them to bring them into the workforce and earn extra money. So I definitely want to just say thank you. As a youth that did start with an internship, and I did have a vision to be in public service because of programs like this, I do want to just say thank you very much. This is definitely going to be, we are it in Milpitas. We're doing it. We're leading the charge. So thank you very much for your partnerships. And to our staff, thank you so much for making this happen.
A time check with a time check, 11:07. Councilmember Chua, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. One of the things that we discussed at the last meeting, and I know you're aware of this, Director Andrade, is a pathway for our unhoused to get jobs. And one of the things, and I didn't see it on your presentation, but I know you tried to get some organizations to partner with, but you weren't able to. So that leaves us to have a homegrown type of program to address our in-house. So I'm looking at maybe as a pathway, and this would be, you can look into this. Maybe adopt something like they have in San Jose, cash for trash or trash for cash. And if they do well on that one, we can have like a pathway to public works, maintenance, park maintenance, and that we need some training on the entry level type. And one of the things that I heard from Director Tony is that he couldn't hire any, when we had openings, he couldn't hire any for seasonal work for park maintenance. He couldn't hire any because most of the applicants didn't even know the tools. So I would look into having a video training that we can play and show them. It's going to be very short training, and you can categorize this training into beginning, intermediate, and advanced. So they can work on the tools that are not motorized, non-motorized tools first, and then motorized tools for safety. And on the advanced side would be all the safety features. So I'm looking into that. Maybe another pathway is after they put themselves in cash for trash or some program like that, that they can help us in the cleanup of the city. We can then move on to Ms. Dickerson's Amazon type training. It's a pathway. We have to start at the very lowest level in order to reach the people we want to reach. And we're trying to reach that house. So we have to find a way to do that. And I think if we do something like this, and we can brainstorm more of these, we can meet again. But I like to see workforce from our in-house residents. That's all I have, Mayor Tran. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chu. Let's keep it going here. Vice Mayor Montano.
I'll try to make this brief so we can wrap it up. So I want to thank staff for doing all the hard work that they've been doing on this. And as it was indicated before, this workforce program for our youth is very, very important. And I think we're one of the very few cities that have done this or even is going this route. And also with the childcare, I'm really happy that childcare will be provided, not childcare, but childcare training and services for K teachers. One of the things that people don't understand is that a lot of women were affected and children were affected because the childcare centers were closed down during COVID. And this is exactly what the American Relief Program, it is to help those that were affected. So this is, we are the first, I want to mention this, we are the first city to invest in this apprenticeship workforce pathway, and our leadership will support others to join us as we lead the way. We're the first ones, and I'm hoping that other cities in the county will also follow our lead. And this robust childcare center will really provide the backbone for our economy. So I just want to make sure that we get this going so that way we can really help our residents, our childcare workers, our teachers, and make this a success. So we are leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure we get public comment. Let's see, in the chamber, no public comment. We'll go to the Zoom. Any public comment, virtual raise hands for item number 18. Public comment. We have one, Warren Wettenstein. And welcome Warren in 3, 2, 1. Warren Wettenstein, welcome tonight. Here we go, Warren. We'll get your microphone. And almost, we'll get your microphone here, folks. If you're still watching from home, we got folks joining us on Zoom here. It's engagement. Looks like Wendy has also would love to give public comment. And when we see you now, let's go to Wendy first.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. We really appreciate your partnership. We're excited. We believe that you are the first city to invest in this particular way in childcare infrastructure. Just like any infrastructure, roads, airports, bridges, you have to build it first and then you can drive on it. And so this really is an investment that actually compounds your economic recovery. It not only provides childcare and one job for one teacher, it also provides the opportunity for the families, 20 to 30 in some cases, to be able to go back to work. So your investment in any market equity fund compounding like that is incredible. So we want to thank you for that. We also believe that as you get the honors of being first, as we speak on Thursday at the County Senior Families and Children Commission, they'll be addressing this as well. And I certainly will be giving public comment and pointing out that you are the first investor should you vote on this. And of course, we all have the investments on the back end. First Five is deeply committed to ensuring that our crisis in childcare and early education teacher workforce is addressed head on. So kudos to you. I hope you all feel positive and vote in favor of this. And thank you again for jumping right in.
Okay, next up we have Warren Wettenstein.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we're doing 90 seconds.
Sorry.
Aren't we doing 90 seconds for public comment tonight, or are we doing 2 minutes?
I'm going to be less than 2 minutes. I'm going to be about 2 sentences.
Okay.
I think the comprehensive program is really, it's important because Chamber's going to do its stuff. This covers a broad range, and I'm speaking as both Chamber president and a Milpitas resident. And both my kids have gone completely through MUSD from, K through 12. But I thought a number of these programs, it's not a problem being the innovator. It helps put Milpitas on the map. And I'm personally in favor of this. And I haven't talked to my board, but I'm sure they would be in favor also. I'm done.
Oh, no worries. You could use all your allotted time. I just want to make sure we're consistent tonight. I opened the meeting requesting 90 seconds, and I just want to make sure we're doing justice to all public comment folks. So this attention to detail. Okay, number 18, no further comment. I'm going to go to a move to approve item number 18, all 3 recommendations. I need a second.
Actually,
I don't know. This is.
You're going through the system.
System's all. I don't know what's going on. Now my microphone's not working. What is this? Pardon me, folks. My system is. There's no names. That's not it. Well, hold on. Yeah, no, I'm ready to. All right, folks, we are here. I know we're just trying to get this interesting. All the names disappeared. Sure.
Mayor Tran, if I may, while we're figuring out the IT, if possible, I'd like to respond to Councilmember Chua's statement.
Well, I want to pause you there because I called the question and we have a second, and so. We're gonna limit the discussion right there. I appreciate you though.
Sure, thank you.
We'll be looking to approve all recommendations. I just don't want to open this up to further a discussion. Let me check with Daniel, perhaps. None of the names are showing up on my system as typically it would. Here's my mic. Okay, Councilmember Chua, please, can you stay real quick? Okay, so where's the second from? Okay, the person that seconds it, I'll get your mic.
I second it.
Okay, whose microphone is on?
That's me.
Okay, so we need a second. Would you like to do that?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to make a second?
Yes, a second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself for item number 18, all recommendations. We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor will go down. Okay, there we go. Now the microphone's working. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
And we're voting Councilmember Dominguez. Thank you, Daniel.
Aye.
It's working.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And then myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Number 18 is approved. Number 19, I have some significant concerns, and I need to convene with the city manager to have a quiet discussion about it. So I'm going to make a motion to move item number 19 to the next council meeting. If there's any objections, let me know, or we can go to a vote. Okay, so we have a second from the vice mayor to postpone item number 19 to the next council meeting. And I'm going to meet quietly with the city manager to discuss the item. Okay, great. We'll go to the vote to postpone item number 19. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Okay, there we go. Third time's a charm. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. And so item number 19 has been postponed to the next meeting. And we are now at adjournment.